You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up your profit, how to better yourself, your health, and see if we
the podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network.
Discover new workout classes in your community through the Let's Workout app. With the app, you can easily find classes in your area and sign up for them. The app sends alerts about new classes within a 10-mile radius of your location, so you never miss out on an opportunity to get fit. Let's Workout is also a great platform for trying out new types of classes or finding a new favorite instructor. You can filter classes by type to find the perfect fit for you. Plus, the app handles all the payment details, so you can focus on getting the most out of your instructor in class. Download Let's Workout today and take the first step towards a more active and healthier lifestyle.
Podcasting is trending. Celebrities and everyday people every single day are starting podcasts. You may be even thinking about starting a podcast yourself, but the question still remains the same. How can you start, launch, brand, market, and grow your podcast? How can you connect with the right people in the media and the podcasting industry in order to elevate your visibility? And what type of mindset do you really need to have in order to be a successful podcaster? And the big question, how can you monetize your podcast? Well, hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, host of the Tina Ramsey Show, podcast coach and podcast network owner. And the good thing is that I have you covered. You can ask all of these burning questions and so much more to our experienced media and podcasting professionals on our live Q&A at the Power of Podcasting event that I am personally inviting you to on May the 6th from 2 to 7 p.m. in Atlanta, Georgia at the Pop-Up and Create. I want you to experience for yourself a live taping of the Tina Ramsey Show, and your ticket, get this, includes our #1 podcast course, an autographed copy of the Power of Podcasting book, a swag bag with exclusive goodies, delicious food, and networking. So whether you are looking to just simply expand your knowledge, connect with like-minded individuals, or simply have a good time, Our event has something for everyone. So I don't want you to miss out on this once in a lifetime opportunity. So I want you to buy your ticket and secure your spot for our event, because it is the event of the year, because these tickets will sell out fast. So go to ctrmedianetwork.com and purchase your ticket today. I can't wait to see you there at the Power of Podcasting. Get your ticket today at ctrmedianetwork.com.
Aluva Life Greens actually started for me when I was 23 years old. I went out and bought a $400 industrial juicer, and I started juicing every single week. And I hated it. It took so much time, it cost money, and it was a process. That's when I started making the Life Greens product. It truly is the one drink that you should take every day for the rest of your life.
My name is Amy, and I absolutely love fitness. I'm a licensed cosmetologist and a professional makeup artist. Eating healthy is not the easiest thing. We get so busy in our lives, it's really hard to take the time to eat healthy and to eat right. My absolute favorite thing about this product is that they combine reds, greens, and probiotics in one mix. You put it in your water and you shake it up and voila, it's so easy and it tastes amazing. You'll feel a difference. Then you start believing that you really can change and that you can actually feel better.
Our CTR Media Network sponsors.
A special shout out to our corporate sponsor, Sheree Moore of SheTrucking.com. SheTrucking.com is committed to helping women and minorities establish and maintain successful careers in the transportation industry. So if you want to know how you can become the next trucker or join the transportation industry, contact SheTrucking.com and join their free Facebook community with over 30,000 women ready to help and support you on your journey. Check them out at SheTrucking.com.
Our CTR Media Network sponsors.
A special shout out to our platinum sponsors, Eleanor and Leroy Mason from happyandhealthy.global. Happyandhealthy.global is a health and nutrition business that educates and provides essential natural wellness products to build your health and wealth. To find out more of what they have to offer to you, go to happyandhealthy.global.
Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
And be able to share the resources that we have. And there's no paywall or no, hey, you can't do it. Anybody can do it. And it really is almost 100% free, other than the devices that you buy to put on the TV to be able to use it. And so we'll definitely get into that. But we started out just in children's ministry, actually youth ministry, as any good children's minister does.
Before you get to the children's ministry and the youth ministry, how did the two of you meet? Because you both have to clearly be like-minded to be going full-time traveling in an RV. So that's not just like any old body.
In short, it could be a very long, funny story, but in short, my dad introduced us. He's a minister, and he was preaching a revival at the church Michael was the youth minister at, and basically just thought that we would hit it off, and we did. And I don't think he really thought we'd get married. I think he just thought, I'll just introduce them. They'll be friends. It'll be fine. And yeah, like 9 months later, we were married. So
yeah. He was playing matchmaker, but it really turned into a match made in heaven type of situation.
It absolutely did.
Yeah. And there's lots of jokes. We've told people we're in an arranged marriage, or but that's just, we're just joking with people to see their reaction.
But in a good way, a wonderful arrangement. How long have you been married now?
It'll be 22 years this year.
And the whole you just got on the road and started traveling in an RV.
Well, no, that was this year.
That was this year.
Okay, I was like, what?
We're still new to that part. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a whole journey getting up to there for sure. Sure.
Yeah.
So.
Well, good. Okay. So you are in this RV. You've made a conscious decision that in your marriage that's been well over however 20 years or so here, you've decided that you're going to take this thing on the road together as husband and wife.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, when we come back after this commercial break, everybody, we're going to deep dive right into their philosophy of traveling the road and helping churches around the globe. So let's take our first commercial break, and we'll be right back to hear from Michael and Carrie Baird. We'll be right back.
When someone has lost a loved one, they want to know what exactly happened. They want to know, is the other person going to be held responsible? And they want closure. At Hunter and Everett, we help clients that have lost a loved one move on, and to do that with dignity and respect that they deserve.
Everyone, we're back and we're talking with Michael and Carrie. So now your philosophy is that everyone should be able to have access to quality church curriculum, not just those that can afford it. So talk to us and tell us what you're thinking.
Yeah, so that really came out of just working in smaller churches, which is where we began. So we were in children's ministry and youth ministry at churches of 100 or less. And when it comes to a budget of a church for 100 or less, it's not a pretty thing. If you're in a church like that, then you know. And so usually your budget is your salary. And so if you have a salary, if you're just a volunteer, then your budget is even lower than that. And so we worked hard to make our own curriculum, but it took some time. As our careers kind of grew, we moved into larger churches. And when we got into larger churches, we realized, wow, there's some incredible curriculum out there that just makes teaching kids really, really a lot easier.
Yes.
And saves a lot of time. So if you're a teacher and you're creating your own curriculum every week, week in and week out, that takes time. And with kids today, there's a lot that they can get distracted to.
That's right.
And
Adults, not children.
adults too. That's very
We talk
true.
about children, but adults can do that.
It's very true. And so as we kind of got into bigger churches, I kind of had this desire to keep helping the smaller churches that I knew of. And I had a lot of friends that are in ministry too. And they'd say, hey, what curriculum are you using? Can we use it? And I unfortunately would say, well, the curriculum we're using is great. And it really helps kids come to know Jesus a lot better, but it's going to cost you $2,500 a year. And I might as well say, that's going to cost you $1 million a year, because the money was not there. And so we both had this desire to be able to do it. And then it was probably about 3 years ago that we really started pushing on Lessons.Church. I'll let Carrie tell you a little bit more about how that started.
Well,
Okay.
it did start with the money, but then we also thought, why can't everybody have just access to this quality curriculum? And we kind of discussed making our own curriculum to give away, but we knew it was going to take a lot of money from somewhere for us to create that, because these curriculum companies put in a lot of money into what they're doing. And we ended up just reaching out to some people and saying, hey, you've been putting out curriculum for 20 years. Can we just have your old stuff to give out to churches? Can we just recycle the old stuff?
Before you continue, I want everybody really to take a second and go ahead and tag any ministry leader or anybody that you know is involved in church in any regard. Tag them. I'm going to give about 30 seconds here, because I need people to tag folk to be a part of this. Hold on. Keep that up. Go ahead. This is some good stuff. I'm tagging folk. Y'all should be tagging folk like crazy. Okay, carry on, Carrie, with your thought.
So Michael, once he gets something in his mind, he is driven. He is one of those people that is just not going to let it go until he has exhausted all the avenues. And so he reached out to a church after a couple people recommended. to a church just north of Houston in Conroe, Texas. And they are a larger church, and they were creating their own children's curriculum. And they had tried to give it away for free before, and they didn't have a good avenue to do that. They said, we tried and we didn't know how to get the videos to people. We didn't know, the technology kind of side of it.
Because there's still a lot of cost. I mean, curriculum's great and video curriculum's great, but then getting it to the TV and having it show there automatically to where a teacher doesn't have to spend all the time learning all the technology.
Right.
That's tough too. And it was just too big of a hurdle for them. In fact, they had actually started a curriculum company, and this church, it's the Ark Church in Conroe, Texas. They are a church of about, I think, 7,000 to 8,000 people, just a really big church, fascinating people. And their whole idea, they spent 10 years making a curriculum. When we say free, we mean donor donated.
Right.
Because they spent well over $1 million just making just an incredible curriculum. And then they actually tried to start a curriculum company, but it just didn't work out because their desire, their heart was to give it to churches. But as a company, they needed to sell it. And so it was like, we can't do this. And so they had given up on that idea. And a guy connected us, and they said, we're just about to give up on the whole thing and just use it for our church, even though we wanted to use it for other churches. And then you called, and that was God. It had nothing to do with us. It was just God putting us together.
That's good. I'm really glad God connected us and allowed our paths to cross, because this is necessary for everyone. So the curriculum that you're talking about is costing quite a bit for those that are purchasing it. And so how do you end up giving it free to community churches, and how do you get those resources to them officially?
Yeah.
Well, the Ark never charges for anything. They are completely free. And we just happen to know some really great coders who could create a database type system for it to be delivered to everyone. And so just with a simple Fire Stick plugged into a TV, and you download our free lessons.church app, and then from a computer, you say, I want this lesson to show on this Sunday.
Okay.
And you can schedule 6 months in advance, and it will automatically switch from one lesson to the next.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's super easy, and it's built for those churches that don't have somebody dedicated 40 hours a week, especially. It's built for them to use.
Okay.
So our last church that we were at, we had 3 campuses that we had to get curriculum to. And this kind of drove me to figure out how to get it effectively and efficiently to every campus. And that's where the idea of the program came in. And really the program alone is just an incredible amount of coding and different individuals. And there is a trust that is set up that has helped us be able to keep funding this. And so the programming alone, there's nothing out there like it. It is truly incredible. And it's almost too good to be true when teachers like, what do you mean it's going to automatically be there? But once you start using it, and we have about 60 churches that are using it every Sunday now. And on Sunday morning, you come into your classroom and you click a button and it says start lesson, and the new lesson is there for you. The next Sunday morning, lesson 100% free. Yeah.
Okay. Wrap your hands around the fact that usually when we hear it's free, it's always some catch at the end. That's typically what whatever society, stereotypical, whatever. The point is, we know that that's typically the case. They say it's free, but it's a catch, a caveat, a carrot, something at the end. In this case, you're saying it is 100% free.
Yes.
It is 100% free.
And it's free because there are other churches that are giving the curriculum, other organizations that are giving the curriculum. So that makes it open source and free. But then there are coders around the world that have joined in with us and are helping to code this to make sure everything works correctly. And it all is off of in Acts 2:44. If you read that scripture, it talks about the church sharing everything alike. And that's what we want to do.
All believers working together. It doesn't matter what your thoughts are about each other's denominations, but we're all working together.
Absolutely.
On life. So that's good. Now, I see some comments that came in. Pop the comment up. I saw my mom. First of all, hey, mommy, thank you so much. And my mom said, good morning, everyone. Very good to see you all this morning. And thank you, Mom, for being with me in the emergency room throughout the night. And I just want to thank God for a wonderful mom, because I do not take it for granted. I see you saying good morning, Facebook user. Hey, okay. And oh, Cassandra, you also stayed up throughout the night, texting and calling and checking on me, and I appreciate you. Lady Cassandra Davis is a pastor's wife in the Charlotte, North Carolina area. And actually her husband, Pastor Selwyn Davis, is the one that you all see this new template that's happening here. He stayed up throughout the night to create that for me. So thank you. Thank you. And they are with Servant Church. So if you're in the Charlotte, North Carolina area, make sure you all visit Servant Church, and they truly do have servant's heart. All right. All right. Let's see other comments.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see. Now you're saying that this is completely free. I do want you to walk us through the steps of how to obtain access
Yes.
to lessons.church.
Absolutely. So because it is open source, if you go to lessons.church, it is a website, just like .com, it's a .church. So lessons.church, and you go to that website, you can scroll down and see everything that's available. So since we've started, we've had more and more curriculum added. And so now we don't only have children's curriculum, but it goes all the way through adults. Ozark Christian College is a college in Joplin, Missouri, and they partnered with us. And they put over a terabyte of college professors teaching the word on there. And so you would pay thousands of dollars to go see these professors if you're going to a Christian college.
Yes.
But it's 100% free, because their heart is the same. They want the world to know the good news, and they don't want a cost to be a barrier. And so they took the opportunity and put all their curriculum on there too. So you can watch it from right there. And really,
I'm going to go to it. I see you're Netta Caldwell, one of our Freestyle Friday experts on reinventing yourself. Glad to have you on. I'm going to share this. I want to share this. You can take the comment down, Mackenzie. Let me share the screen for a second. All right. Because I want to pull this up so people can see. I'm a visual person. So I'm over here looking. I'm over here looking at lessons.church, and I want to make sure everybody gets to see it. This is great information that you all should. I'm gonna pop this into the screen. Any questions you all have, type them in the comment section.
Please.
Anybody that's in the studio audience. Let's see. Okay, can you all see it? Yes.
There it is. So yeah, you can see us. And if you watch that, it's a great video to kind of explain what we do and why we do it. But if you keep scrolling down, you'll see there's the ARC, that's the elementary, and then the ARC junior. So the elementary and the junior work together, and they're the same main point and everything, but it's specifically for that age group. So you got early childhood and you got elementary, which is important. It really is. So the whole family.
And so Michael and Carrie, when you download the app, you go to lessons.church, you download the app. It's a free app. It's going to pull up curriculum each week. That's new curriculum for Art Kids Elementary and Art Kids Junior. You're going to get new curriculum every week by being a part of this downloaded app.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, basically, yes. And if you keep scrolling, there's youth ministry and adult ministry. But and that's just to preview it. That's where you're at. If you want to preview the lessons, or if you want to just watch them on your computer at home, this is where you would do it. You click on one and then click on a lesson. If you're wanting to schedule it for your church, you would create a login at the top right hand of the corner.
And if you keep scrolling down there just a little bit further, you'll see a video right here. So this video is really for anybody that is a teacher. And if you had a house church, this would work, but at an actual church, it works the same way. And we have people from churches of 30 all the way to churches of 8,000 using our system. And so it works everywhere. That video will show you how to set everything up. I highly encourage you, if you're a pastor, to watch that. And then right there at the bottom is the apps. And so there's the B1 app.
Which will, let me go right here.
Green,
the
blue.
green one.
Yeah. Okay. So the green app here, get B1 Church app for your volunteers. Get Lessons Church app, lessons.church app for TVs.
Yep. And if you click on that, it'll take you to the Amazon app, and it'll work on any Google device too. But the Fire Stick is, if you wait, you can get them for $14.99 on sale. but they're usually $24.99. And once you get those, you just download the lessons.church app, and then you put your church name in, it pulls up your church, and then that's how it ties all the exact lessons to it.
So you're picking the lessons. So you get to go into the ARC and say, we want to do the stories on love because it's February, and we want the early childhood and the elementary to do it at the same time. We're not picking what you're going through. You're picking what you're going through. And so you choose. Yes.
Yeah. And if
So
there's
what's your rationale behind why you're doing this? What made you do this?
well,
Who
being
are
in
you
children's,
people? You know how people say people in a derogatory way. I'm saying it in a good way. Who are you people?
well, being in children's ministry and setting these things up and working, we love working with kids, and we love sharing Jesus with kids. And doing that, it took so much time. This literally took 20 hours out of my week as a children's minister that I was able to put back into meeting with families and helping them. I always dreamed of something like this that would work, and then at no cost. And so that's what drove us. That's why we did it. So if it feels like it works really good for a church, it's because we made it to work good for a church.
Right. And we believe that the larger churches, it's great that they have the money to spend on curriculum, but these small churches, they have, maybe 10 kids. Why can't those kids get the same quality as the larger church kids? There's just no reason that money should be the issue to making sure a kid learns about Jesus in the way that's most effective for them.
Yeah.
I love it. So now listen, everybody that's watching, wherever you're watching it from, if you're watching on CTR Media Network, I know that means we're in 46 countries. Make sure that you all take advantage of this wonderful opportunity that's being offered by Michael and Carrie Bird. No strings attached. You don't have to join their ministry. You don't have to become their buds or anything. You can just get the free app and bless your church. For once, can't something like this, in my opinion, African American, Caucasian, we all work together and have some viral videos that are beneficial to the world.
Yeah.
We're locking arms and we're helping one another
Yes.
to be able to spread the good news and the gospel of Christ. I
Absolutely.
salute you all today for being here. I'm very honored to have you.
Well,
Very
we are able to do it because there's lots of people that are behind, and lots of people that are it's donor funded. And so there's lots of people that just give to the ministry because they see what's going on and they want to see that happen. And so thank you to all those people that are doing it. We just get the great job of being able to go hang out at churches and show people how to do this. And it really is amazing. And that's what we're doing right now. We're at Lake City Christian Church in Lake City, Florida. Because we live in an RV, we like to keep it warm most of the time.
Yeah.
But if you wanted us to come to your church, it doesn't matter what church it is, and just be around to be able to help, then we will do that. And we would love to do that.
And how do they make that happen? How can people stay connected with you to be able to book you to come? If you're going to drive your RV, listen, I'm going to tell you in advance. If you're coming to Charlotte, North Carolina, I want to get on that RV. I want to interview you and say you're here. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of the Kim Jacobs Show, and they are in Charlotte, North Carolina. So you have to commit to that if you come to Charlotte.
Absolutely, we will.
Yep.
How do they connect with you?
Yeah, so it's really easy on lessons.church there. It looks like we've shared a lot of time. There's a little question mark in the bottom right. If you just click on that, it comes up with all of our information. And that is our direct cell phone. So if you call that number, Carrie or I will answer.
Okay.
And also a way to use Facebook to get a hold of us from there. There's also a way to send us an email from there. We're here to support you. And so anytime that you're going to set all this up in your church, you're like, I don't know how to get, that's okay. We'll set up a time. We'll set up a Zoom meeting, and Carrie and I will literally get on and walk you through it. Because once we get it set up, you're going to see it's so easy that you'll just keep using it and you'll love it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Y'all have made this so incredibly awesome. Now, I didn't really get an understanding of why the RV. Why are you in the RV traveling the world? What made that be the case? Somebody tell me.
Because one of our goals was to be able to actually get to know churches in America. And if you just go in for a week and set everything up and then leave, that it doesn't seem like it's not really effective. You don't really know exactly what they need. So what we like to do is spend 2 to 3 months at a church and really help the senior minister, or in a lot of smaller churches, there's only one senior minister. And so we can become like employees for him. We're just volunteers with Life Church Solutions, but we'll do anything in the church to help them out, to encourage them, and also set up lessons in the church. So yeah, that's why we do it. And we love churches. We've been in churches all of our lives, and we're
both ministers' kids. We just love it. We love churches. We love ministers. We want to help ministers. We've seen them struggling for years to do everything, and we want to just relieve that a little bit and help them.
What a beautiful, beautiful commitment and a legacy that you're going to leave on this earth. You're making an indelible mark that's going to make a tremendous difference in the lives of everyone, for real, not just saying it. And if I can definitely tell you that you are definitely getting exposure to Dubai, because the bishop of Dubai jurisdiction in the Church of God in Christ is on here, and he's watching. And he said, "Awesome, this is good." And this is Amir May and Lady Kenya May, and so you definitely are being exposed to them today, and a few other pastors that I'm sure are on as well. Pastor Selwyn Davis, and I talked to you about that with Servant Church. They said this is amazing. Him and Lady Cassandra Davis said this is amazing.
Oh, that's great.
You're gonna be coming to Charlotte at some point.
Right. Yeah, we want to go to Charlotte.
Awesome.
That's great.
And then also, listen, they're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. As you see here on the Kim Jacobs Show, that's what this show is all about, how we can make your life better through some experiences of our guests that have overcome some tremendous odds themselves to become who they are today. And Michael and Carrie stopped by the Kim Jacobs Show today in the midst of a huge conference that they're attending to be here to bless you all today. So make sure you email Michael at livecs.org, Michael at livecs.org, and that's also in your comment section. Any closing comment?
And thank you so much for being here. We are excited. We love that more churches are seeing this, because the more churches that see it and the more churches that use it, the more it can grow. Our idea is really that this will span even the paid for curriculums that are right now. There's people that are making those, man, they have great hearts and they're doing an amazing job. But what if they could give all of that away for free? What if they were donor supported and they could put their material up on lessons.church? We would love for that to happen, so that any curriculum out there can be available for free. If it has to do with Jesus, it should be for free for people to use.
Yep.
All right, everyone, listen. This has been our first half of our guests, Michael and Carrie Bird. Enjoy your conference. I'm sure people are going to be reaching out to you. Make sure you all say the Kim Jacobs Show sent you their way. And I love to stay connected with you all. Next, everyone, we're going to have, and you all stay put for a second, but we're going to have the psychology of change. Why do people make New Year's resolutions and not follow through and things of that nature? You're going to hear from one of our Freestyle Friday experts, actually, Natasha Halliday. She's going to be with us right after we learn, if you're interested in starting your own show from scratch and you don't know how to do it, you have a business, you're a motivational speaker, an author, an entrepreneur, well, you should be broadcasting your own business. And I want to let you know that I train people to do that. So let's learn a little bit about that. And we're going to hear from Natasha Halliday next. Thank you all. Y'all are amazing. Have a great Hello, everyone. I am Kim Jacobs, the host of the Kim Jacobs Show. And you all know who's right here with me, Dr. Les Brown. How are you, Dr. Brown?
I'm blessed and highly favored. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time you want to give yourself a competitive edge. If you got a message, you have some knowledge or experience, a story, or if you want to do something adventurous and exciting with your life that can increase your credibility, expose you to millions of people, I'm encouraging you to have your own talk show. I used to have a talk show. That one talk show catapulted me to another level. Now there are more people watching the internet, as you are aware, than television. Yes. Come on, somebody.
That's right.
Dr. Kim Jacobs, she trained people on how to have their own talk show. She will train you how to do that. And now with me partnering with her, now you have the combination of an audience, expansive audience. We have over 4 million people in all of our platforms, and the coaching you need to grow your business, to grow your multi-level marketing organization, to draw more attention to yourself in this noisy economy. Go ahead, Kim.
So in the training that I do, Les, I actually do a 6-week training. It's 1 hour per week. And each week I meet with the individuals one-on-one. We go through and we talk about all of the things that's necessary for a show to become a reality. We go from how to actually identify your focus area, what's going to be your ideal customer that's going to be tuning in. We'll talk about how to get guests, how to get sponsorship, how to go about getting your lighting, your branding, and your banners, and everything that you need to know. And guess what, Les? They own their own content at the end of the day.
And that's exciting. Now, if you're ready to create a shift in your business and in your life and increase your cash flow, I want you to go to KimJacobsConsulting.com. It's right there on the screen, KimJacobsConsulting.com. You know, people say opportunity knocks on every door. Right. No, opportunity stands by silently waiting for you to recognize it. So I want you to recognize that this is a time for you. This is an incredible time to have your own talk show. It establishes a level of credibility.
Yes.
And by being exposed to people on a regular basis, it allows you to strategically begin to impact and attract your audience. She can take you in a place in yourself that you can't go by yourself. So go to KimJacobsConsulting.com. That's KimJacobsConsulting.com. Did I say KimJacobsConsulting.com? Yes, you did. Very good. Make sure you go there and sign up for the coaching, and we're looking forward to working with you. You have something special. You have greatness within you. That's my story, and that's Kim's story, and we're sticking to it. Bye for now.
Bye-bye. Okay, go to KimJacobsConsulting.com. Welcome, everybody, to our second half of our show with none other than our own Freestyle Friday expert, Natasha Halliday. How are you?
I am great. How are you? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. You look relaxed and
why not? I am.
Not like me. I told you I was in the emergency room all throughout the night. So
yes,
thank you for your prayers,
and you're good.
I was determined not to cancel this show. So I'm really glad that you're here today. Let's talk, Natasha. Now I want to talk to you. First of all, I want to introduce you. I never get to formally introduce Natasha Halliday because usually we have our Freestyle Friday experts and we go quick, right? But today, Natasha Halliday, MA registered social worker, professional speaker, comedian. She is a therapist, speaker, comedian, and author, and has worked supporting individuals with their mental health for over 20 years. She currently supports individuals with their mental health through her private practice. You all didn't even know that about our Freestyle Friday expert. She is passionate about helping people unmask fear, overcome adversity, and rebuild resilience, bringing messages on these topics in her speaking across the world. And after trying stand-up comedy off of her bucket list, she decided that she couldn't do it only once. So now she's added comedy to her whole hats that she wears. I am so excited because she's out of the Toronto, Canada area, and I'm happy to have Natasha Halliday here with us today. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right. So New Year's resolutions, the psychology of change. Talk to us. Why do people make these New Year's resolutions and not stick to them?
Well, the funny thing to me about New Year's resolutions is the more I think about them, like, who even decided that this was a thing to do? And so I find that, New Year's resolutions is a thing, so we do them. But are we asking ourselves, with the changes that we want to make, why are we not already doing what we say we want to do? Good. So I think it's really important to look at if there's a behavior that I'm engaging in that I want to make a change, as where I'm at right now, what's the reason I'm doing it that way right now? Mm-hmm. So what's a classic New Year's resolution? I'm going to exercise. I'm going to eat healthy. I'm going to get more sleep.
Right.
Are we asking ourselves why we were doing it differently than the goal? And so it's important for me I think people uncover, we often deal with things kind of at a surface level.
Okay.
Right. So I set this resolution, but what's to say that the change of a calendar year, or as I like to think about with dieting, I'll start on Monday.
Right.
The many Mondays I've had in my own life.
Yeah.
Um,
Dare not start talking about that. Even though I've lost 12 pounds through my son Ivan helping me quite a bit, but I
awesome.
have a long way to go. So we'll see.
But what's to say that our ability to make a change is contingent on the day changing in a year on a
That's right.
calendar,
That's right.
or it being a Monday? So it's important to look at what is the reason why I'm not doing what I want to do. If I'm not eating healthy, and we know, and I'm guilty of this too. I'm a therapist, but I'm an emotional eater. I'm still working on that one. If I'm an emotional eater, how does January 1st change that?
That's good. That's just a good way of even thinking about it and wrapping our head around it. One day of the week does not change your mindset, is what I think I'm hearing you say.
Yes. And it doesn't, we sometimes set pretty high goals or pretty big goals,
Right.
but we're often setting ourselves up for failure,
That's good.
right? And then there's that crash and feeling like, oh my gosh, I didn't do it. And then, okay, well, I'll reset and I'll restart. But if we haven't examined why we weren't able to sustain it, why we're even doing it, how do we actually make a change?
That's good. So okay, this is good. And if you have questions in the virtual studio audience, go ahead and start putting them over here for Natasha Halliday. And she's a therapist, like she said already. And she's committed to helping us with the psychology of change during the second half of this episode. So put your questions, your comments. And if you missed the first half of the episode, go back to lessons.church and check out the free curriculum that's available for churches. Please make sure you do that. Now, Natasha, when we come back from this commercial break, I want you, if you would, to give us some mind shift strategies so that we can know how to really implement change in our lives. Is that possible?
Absolutely.
All right. You look like you were born for that. You like, I'm ready, girl. I've been ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. So listen, we'll be right back after this commercial break, everybody. Wow.
I have peace of mind with Silver Shield Security, which has been protecting my family and home, along with servicing the Carolinas for over a decade. Silver Shield Security knows the importance of convenience and safety. Whether you live in an apartment, a home, or run a business, they are here to protect you from unwanted intrusions and fires. Call now at 704-440-4688 or visit the website at www.silvershield-security.com. You can use my promo code #ToneX and get 1/2 off your installation price. Don't forget to ask about the new no money down options. Let Silver Shield Security help to give you peace of mind, just like me and my family, and keep your business safe.
That commercial right there, because that's Tone X, international comedian, and you have a comedic side to you too. So maybe I need to connect the two of you, right?
Why not?
That's right. All right. So let's hear your philosophy on the psychology of change.
Well, one thing I wanted to touch on quickly, and so, having studied psychology and things like that, there is a stages of change model or theory.
Oh yeah, let's go through that.
This to me is key to touch on, right?
Okay.
Because when we're looking at making change, and this is what comes up with New Year's resolutions, things like that, it's just I make a decision and I say I'm going to go. But with the stages of change, it asks you to look at, the first thing they say is pre-contemplation. So this is when somebody's even becoming aware that there's a change to be made.
Okay.
Then they move to contemplation, right? So I don't think people always necessarily think about, we got steps before we even go to implementing the change.
Right.
Right. And I think part of the reason we set ourselves up for failure is we just say, I'm going to make this change go. But have we spent time in contemplation about what making that change looks like? Have we prepared ourselves? So one of the things that I love to endorse this, James Clear, Atomic Habits, fantastic book. One of the things that I still do based on that book, it talks about when you want to create a habit that you want to keep.
Yes.
How are you setting it up to create ease? Right. So this is part of the preparation for me. So I wanted to increase my water intake. So I get up in the morning, I fill a bunch of water bottles, and I put them where I spend most of my time. There's one in my office, there's one in my bedroom, there's one in the family room, there's one in the kitchen. So I don't have to remember to go somewhere else to get water when I want to drink water. I have it. I have one here. Now, sometimes I find that 3 or 4 bottles end up in my office because that's where I spend the most of my time, and I walk with them other places. But it's easier to drink water when I don't have to get up to go get it because it's present wherever I'm at.
That's good. And look, let me interject right there too. Same thing. I put a big, like a cool, it's a canister that that stays cold, and it's filled with ice and water. And I put it right by my nightstand so that when I first get out of the bed, I can go ahead and hydrate. And that works. That does make a big difference versus having to come out, go to the fridge, get a bottle of water, then and taking it in. So that's good. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when we look at the preparation, what are we doing to set ourselves up to start making this change? And then we move into action. Then we actually do the thing. And the last part of it is maintenance. So I've started it. What am I doing to maintain it? Right?
Okay.
If we are changing our eating to lose weight, sometimes people get to the desired weight goal and then don't necessarily sustain that. But what got you there is what's going to keep you there. Right? So we sometimes forget that it has to become a practice that we continue in rather than we make a change temporarily to achieve a goal.
Yeah, I typed what you were saying: pre-contemplation, then contemplation,
Right.
then moving into action, and then maintenance.
Oh, there's one in between, preparations in between the contemplation and the
Well,
action.
I can't go back and edit it.
It's
now.
all good. It's all good.
Y'all just make a note of that, Mackenzie. If you could type that.
But I think I love that stage to change, because I mean we learn it in psychology because how are you going to help your clients?
Right.
For this exact reason, so that they're not setting themselves up, because we get caught up in words like motivation, and then we beat ourselves up saying I'm not motivated enough. But what does motivation do with what you've done to create a system so that you can make the change?
Wow.
Right? Motivation is kind of based on feelings, and to me it's a little flighty. Like we feel really motivated one day, we don't feel so motivated another day.
Down, and it's all over the place, and then you can't be consistent to be able to really bring change about in your life, because it's all based on how you feel at that moment. And I disagree. I totally disagree with the theory of how I feel in the moment, because there are times when you feel great and then there are times that you don't, but you still have to be consistent and still show up for yourself and in life. So it's like it can't always be based on your feelings.
Yeah.
If it was based on how I feel right now, I wouldn't be on the show today.
Precisely.
Literally.
But you made a choice because you're operating in consistency. There's other things that are driving you to do something beyond your motivation.
Right. I love it. I love it. So so now you've talked about these different areas, and go back through them again: pre-contemplation, then
contemplation, preparation, action, and then maintenance.
I want to type that. Preparation is key too. Okay. Yeah, preparation, then action, because then you're going to act on what you've been thinking about, is what I'm hearing you say.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're going to then go into how do you maintain this new behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Good. You're masterful over there.
Hey, I didn't create the stages of change theory. I just wanted to bring it to the audience.
But it's how you brought it to the audience, And so I hear it differently. I'm sure wherever it came from before, I hear it from you differently. That's why people are always assigned to people. You're assigned to the Kim Jacobs Show studio audience. So I'm grateful to be able to hear you and to be able to implement what you're sharing. Okay.
My goal is always to be able to deliver information that makes it tangible and palpable, so that we can actually understand it and walk away with something that makes sense. I don't want to speak a bunch of, jargon that is just not meeting people where they're at. What's the point?
That's so good. Very good. Okay. So now what do you, I know right before we started talking about these areas here, we were talking about, wait a minute, somebody actually asked the question: what helps to keep you focused and keep you going when you start something? When you officially start something, how do you keep it going? Ernetta said.
So one of the things that, people talk about, I hear this a lot when people are talking to entrepreneurs, is asking somebody to examine what's your why. Right. Because often your why doesn't change. So if my feelings change, but my why doesn't change, if I tap into my why, that hopefully can then help me supersede my feelings to continue to do something.
That's right.
Right? So when we're looking at what we want to do. And this is part of why, if you look at the stages of change, if I've done some preparation, I've also maybe set up some systems to help make this thing happen.
That's right.
Right? If I decide, again, I'll use going to the gym. If I decide that going to the gym is what I want to do, but I don't schedule it, and then I'm waiting for when I'm in the mood during the day and I have free time, well, something's going to come up.
Yeah.
Right?
Every time.
So,
Something's always going to come up.
right, right. So if I want to stay focused, I may be creating some systems that help me do that. So personally, what I do right now, I don't have a gym membership, so I exercise in my basement. I've got my workout clothes down there with my running shoes. So I just go change. I've got a bottle, I bring a bottle of water, and I have the stereo set up for the music. And that for some reason, that one little thing about bringing the workout clothes down there made it easier. I don't know why. For me, that was a big help, but for me, that made a difference.
Well, that's
And
because it's always important to have your tools available and resources available when you're starting on a project.
Right.
Instead of having to go and gather the duct tape and gather the nails and hammers, have all of the things already there. Then you can go ahead and get started on the project right away.
Yeah.
You have your resources right there at your fingertips. So it makes it easier for you.
And I think when we look at staying focused, part of it is, we're asking ourselves, what's the reason I'm doing this? And what am I aiming towards? Because it's easy to get caught in this is hard in the moment.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I feel like there's a lot of, you only live once, life is, live like you're golden. And there's a lot of subtle ways we're being taught life should be easy.
And this is
But
so
change
far
isn't
from
easy.
easy.
And life isn't easy. And it's there's lots of things in the challenging moments that are part of the way we develop as human beings.
I agree.
And so if we try to avoid all hardship, it also becomes hard to make change because we're like, well, if it was too hard, forget it. I'm not going to do it. So
But like Les
having
Brown
stay
says, if it's
focused-
hard, then do it hard.
Right. But part of the staying focused is accepting if this is what's required to get to where I want to go and I really want this, then this is what I'm going to do.
And this is what I'm committed to doing. So great question, Ernetta. And any other questions you all have, I see you, Dr. Peggy Johnson, as well, saying thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being in the virtual studio audience today and for all of the books that you have written that are priceless pieces of content for people to glean from. So keep doing what you're doing. All right. I see a lot of comments coming in. Preparation is key. Yes. And any other questions and comments, please feel free to ask them throughout the rest of our discussion. So now we've understood the phases of the psychology of change. Now, how do we actually implement those? I see you, Dr. Peggy. How do we actually implement the change in our mind for it to really happen in our actions?
So I think this is, again, why it's important to uncover what's contributing to us not doing what we want to do.
Okay.
Right? So if, sometimes it's like, okay, we'll go back to something like, let's talk about maybe saving money. And somebody's saying, I want to save money and I want to have this amount of money. Well, what are some of the barriers for that? Could one of the barriers be in the moment, somebody spends money as a stress response? Retail therapy is one of the things they do. So to say I want to save money, what are the things that I know that might create barriers to that?
Right.
Right? Are there things that despite us wanting it, is there also a fear behind actually achieving it? We've heard about fear of success, right? So I remember having a conversation with a friend many years ago who told me that one of her fears about becoming successful was a lot of family members then expecting too much from her.
That's good fear. I mean,
right?
That's a
And so
legitimate
she didn't want to be in that position where they're like, you're doing all this, you're making all this, so can you this, can you this, can you this? She's like, and she said she recognized it was creating blockages in her actually moving forward. So even though she wanted success in one area, if we're not aware of where there might be a fear, where there might be something that creates a blockage, we don't necessarily recognize the subtle ways that we self-sabotage, because there's another thing that even though we want it, there's another reason why we don't.
That's good.
So if we're not practicing introspection to kind of figure out what's really going on, we just tell ourselves we're not motivated enough, we're lazy, we come up with all these ways to kind of slam ourselves, which doesn't help the case.
That's really good advice and a great example that you're sharing too.
Yeah.
Now, I know that you have a program that you're going to be inviting people to be able to participate in, and I really want to make sure people learn about the ins and outs of that so they'll know what to expect as we put the invitation up as well.
Yeah, so I'm going to dig a little bit more into this, and I've called it I'll Start on Monday, Change Beyond
I'll start on
Motivation.
Monday? Okay.
Yeah, so I'm doing a webinar on January 25th at 7 p.m. And I'm calling it I'll Start on Monday, and then Change Beyond Motivation, to talk about this very thing, to dig a little deeper into what are some of the reasons for not making the changes that we want to make.
Hey, Lady Anderson, how are you? Tanya Anderson. Listen, let me ask, is it going to be on a Monday by chance?
No, it's on a Thursday.
Oh, I was like, is it on a Monday? Is it okay?
A Wednesday? I can't even remember what day of the week that is.
Okay.
Wednesday.
I'm going to put it in the comment section. Self-sabotage is real and often is subconscious, is what someone also said as well.
I totally agree. There's a lot of subconscious nature to the self-sabotaging behavior.
Listen, in the comment section is the link for you to be able to participate in the webinar. That's not going to be on a Monday, but it's basically saying, hey, going beyond I'll Start on Monday theory. Natasha Halliday is going to be working with you one-on-one, or not one-on-one, but in a group setting that you're going to feel like you're one-on-one. Because when you talk with Natasha, you feel like you're the only person in the room with her.
So it's on a Wednesday. It's 1 hour. It's only $10, and because y'all are in the States, it's even less because it's $10 Canadian. Like I'm not like trying to make a huge profit over this. I just want to have some time to have a conversation with people about, let's dig in, and I chose towards the end of January because that's usually where people have like, oh, I set these resolutions and I didn't follow through.
Right.
And then they're feeling pretty bummed about it. But if we're not understanding why, then we end up having these moments of, again, calling ourselves lazy, saying we're not motivated enough. And so it's recognizing, how can I step beyond these things and actually look at how to make sustaining change?
Well, everybody screenshot this.
And I just realized that change is spelled wrong. My goodness, I sent you something with a typo.
I thought it was some play on words. I saw that.
No, I totally didn't see that. Oh my God.
And I am so bad because I said, maybe that's a Canadian thing. Shabash.
No, that was a typo thing.
You know what? That's when your comedic spirit definitely comes into play, right?
Because no. What can you do but laugh? Because
it's all good. The bottom line is the information is definitely not going to be auto spelled or auto corrected.
It's not going to change the content. It's not going to change people getting an opportunity, because there's a series of questions that I want to take people through to ask themselves to help dig a bit deeper.
That's good.
Right?
So
I like to think about, as a therapist and as somebody who specializes in mental health, that I take people on emotional anthropological digs. So let's dig into self.
What kind of dig? Say it again.
Emotional anthropological. So I'm not an archaeologist, but like I take you through the emotional dig to get down to below the surface, to uncover some stuff to help understand. Because if you think about it, we learn about our civilizations through digging into the deep. So we learn about ourselves emotionally by doing that dig into the deep as well.
So listen, the link is here. It's also in the comment section. So make sure you go to eventbrite.com/E, and I'll start on Monday, Change Beyond Motivation tickets, because some of you are podcast listeners. So make sure you go to eventbrite.com, and it's I'll start on Monday. If you search that in the Eventbrite, it'll pop up and you'll be able to be a part of this webinar that's coming up at the end of the month of January, for you to be able to make some changes that you'll actually stick with in this year. Okay. All right. Let's see other comments that may have come in. I didn't want to. We've all been there. People say we've all been there, or we've all been there. Probably talking about the shabash. That's what we call it. Blessings to you both. Blessings to you both. Any other comments or points that you want to make regarding the psychology of change, Natasha, while you're here today?
One thing I think, just from a therapeutic point of view, is I really like to help people understand and validate the reasons we do things and how common a lot of these human traits are, because we often think it's just me.
It's just me.
There's memes and jokes about people not following through on New Year's resolutions, but internally, a lot of us still feel like, I'm the only one who messed up and didn't follow through. And then there's that, that beating up on self. And there's really a lot of significant reasons behind why we struggle to follow through. And it's better to uncover that than to repeat the cycle every year, or to throughout the year, I'm going to start my diet on Monday or on the first of the month. And we set dates that don't coincide with necessarily what's happening internally.
Right. That's good. I mean, this has been, first of all, this has just been extremely enlightening. And because I feel like I've learned more about the psychology of change, and where contemplation meets preparation meets implementation, and then maintenance is what I think I'm walking away with from today's discussion with you. And if we can just even grab hold of that theory, then we can be able to know how we can start walking out some of the new. I see you, Mackenzie. She popped back in. Thank you for helping me backstage today. And so I think if we continue in that vein, it's going to make a big difference. So everybody, make sure you check out this webinar that's happening, and it's coming up the end of the month of January. I'll start on Monday. Change Beyond Your Motivation tickets, only $10. You can do this because it's going to be a game changer. Now, in your comedic side, before we just close out, I want to at least hear you say, is there a favorite joke you tell? Is there one thing that you are known for? What's your flair?
Well, I actually, and this was the funny thing, I had somebody I was working with, and we used to joke that we were going to create a comedy tour and call it This Is Why I'm Single. Because the content we said we would talk about was our dating lives. Because most people can relate, and most people have had something ridiculous happen.
Okay.
And so what's funny now is I find every once in a while I'm just having a random conversation with somebody. I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot about that. I'm adding that to my comedy routine because I'm like, unfortunately, well, now I think it's fortunate. I've met some men who have just been like, unbeknownst to them, were writing my act for me with some of the things they said.
Okay.
They did. So I think one of the recent things that I added to my comedy act, and I'm a thicker woman. I'm not a skinny woman. And I was thinner then, but I've still never been skinny. And a man told me once, he said, "You look durable." And I'm like, why? And he thought this was a compliment. Am I Rubbermaid? Like, so in my joke, I'm like, am I built for tough? Like, what is durable? Like, how do you say that to a woman? Think she's like, oh my God, do you want my number? Like, why? How do I respond to that?
Hi. Okay, so I'm a role play person. So, oh, baby, you look durable.
Yeah.
It's like, we won't be going out. What do you plan on doing with this durability?
I think I kind of looked at him in awe, because it was just like, how does one think that this is a compliment?
That is so crazy. That is definitely not a compliment.
No,
I don't think. I don't know, but maybe it is.
I didn't quite receive it as that.
Maybe it is a compliment. I don't know. Men would have to chime in on that.
It might have been the intention, but again, it's, language is a very tricky thing. And so what's intended versus what's received, there can definitely be a disconnect. So I think there was a disconnect in the saying that. And I mean, I understood the context. I understood the context was, I appreciate that you're not skinny. Like, I recognize that, but it was durable. Just literally the first thing I thought was, Rubbermaid, like those containers my parents bought in the 70s have lasted till now. So I'm like, am I durable like Rubbermaid? Am I like, I just don't know.
That's hilarious. So listen, this is today's episode, everyone. We've had a wonderful time with Michael and Carrie Bird from lessons.church, free app that you can go and download. And it is a very well-oiled situation machine type of thing that's free resources for you and your congregations. We've had Natasha Halliday here today to talk with us about the psychology of change. Listen, I encourage you to be a part of the virtual studio audience all this week, because we do have new episodes lined up for you. And if you're interested in pouring into our ministry, the Kim Jacobs Show, because I do believe it is a ministry, I've put in the comments section as well how you can also sow into the.
My name is Brittany Petty, and I help teen girls to heal from physical and mental abuse so they can achieve their goals, such as attend college, develop a trade, or start their own business. So it is so important to understand that in today's society, a lot of teen girls, they don't just go off to college because they're presented with so many different opportunities. And so for me, that is what I'm passionate about, is helping teenagers discover their passion and their purpose and what it is in life that they are put here on earth to do. And so whatever they tell me, if it makes sense and it's something that they're willing to put forth the effort and apply action and dedication to, then I'm willing to help them to achieve those goals. And starting a trade, so many young girls have told me that they want to start their own lash business, go to cosmetology school, do all these different things. So I'm here to support the vision as long as they're willing to put forth the action. But first, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I grew up in Cedar Hill, Texas. Go my Longhorns. And I'm also a part of the Mean Green Crew, University of North Texas. That's where I graduated from. I majored in business administration, minored in communications, and I also attended Capella University, where I majored in school counseling, which has led me on the path of mental health counseling, which has been amazing. I was in the military, I did Army Reserves, and I've met so many amazing, wonderful people along my journey in life. And so I'm really grateful for the opportunities and the people I've met and things of that nature. But a lot of people always ask me, they're shocked when I tell them I was in the military. And a lot of people always like, were you interested in that growing up? No, not at all. So it's just amazing how God can transform my life and take us down so many different paths and roads. But I'm so grateful that he did that, because I wouldn't be the woman I am today had I not taken all these journeys and tosses and turns and things of that nature. I also have 4 beautiful, amazing children. I have 3 boys and 1 girl. And I have an amazing husband that I've been married to for 11 years. But because of my life and my past journey and things that I have experienced and dealt with, I have had to heal from physical and mental abuse from my childhood. And so that has led me on the path, because after working in corporate America, I have a really good friend who got me into the field of education, which I'm so glad she did. At the time, I didn't see it, but I'm so glad she did. And it allowed me to realize that so many are hurting inside. And so when we're a child, when we're growing up, we have to deal with those pains, our past pains and trauma and things of that nature. And so that's why it's so important to heal from physical and mental abuse, because if not, we end up taking those things into our adulthood. And so for me, I am so passionate about helping, middle school girls, teen girls to heal from physical and mental abuse so they can live a life that is worth living when they get into their adulthood, because you don't want to carry all of this baggage around, which is so important, because in life, if we don't learn to let go of that baggage, it will just weigh us down, and that becomes a very heavy weight. And so it is so important for me also to help others to define their self-worth, discover what it is that really pushes them forward to excel and propel into this world ready to fly their wings, just ready to navigate whatever it is life has in store for them. And so when I tell you I am so passionate about helping others to define their purpose, I am. Because when I was growing up, I didn't know. I didn't know what my passion was. I didn't know what my purpose was. And anytime I would ask, people just say, oh, just, your purpose is just whatever you're passionate about. And for me, I was like, okay. And then I realized that, okay, I love helping people. That's something. But I would lay awake at night still not knowing what my purpose in life was, because helping is so many things, right? It can be helping the elderly. It could be becoming a nurse. It can be so many different things. And then I was like, okay, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, but I'm not necessarily happy doing it, right? And then I had to realize, okay, after I've been through different life experiences, okay, I like this, I don't like that. I like this, okay, I want to do more of that, right? And so because of life's journey and the things that I've been through in my life experiences, and also having a teenage daughter, it's important for me to be able to help others to say, you know what, I too deserve happiness. I too deserve to live life and be free, not holding on to that baggage. And so today that brings me to my topic, what I'm going to be talking about. Okay, on top of discovering your self-worth, but the importance of hashtag staying focused. But before I talk to you about that, I'm going to give you a little bit of tea. Okay, so let me ask you a question. How many of you have a teenage daughter or know someone with a teenage daughter? Okay. Did you know that 1 in 9 girls experience some type of mental, physical, or sexual abuse by the age of 18? And did you know that 82% of all victims are girls? It's so important for us to address the issues and things that are going on. And that's why I am so passionate, once again, about talking about self-worth. Hashtag staying focused. So today I'm going to talk about the 3 top ways to hashtag stay focused. Okay? Tip number 1 is we have to let go of those self-limiting, self-sabotaging beliefs. So anytime someone in life has said, you know, you can't do this or you can't do that, or you are not going to amount to anything, or this or that, you have to let it go. Anything that is holding you back from excelling, propelling, letting your wings go so you can fly, anything like that, you have to learn to let it go. Okay? Tip number 2, you have to stay focused on yourself. Stay focused on yourself. You have to. I wrote a book called Stop the Drama, Stop Comparing, and Focus on Yourself. And it's so important because in this book, I talk so much about the importance of you loving yourself, discovering what self-love is, not comparing yourself to others, understanding the difference between self-worth, self-love, self-esteem. Because if you cannot look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself and embrace yourself how much you love yourself, then you're not going to be able to turn around and love others. And so I am so big on setting a solid foundation, because if you don't set that solid foundation, it's going to be very hard to move forward. Okay? I'm telling you guys, I'm giving you guys all the tea here, okay? And tip number 3, you have to take action. Okay, you have to take action in order to determine your dreams and your desires and your goals. Because so many times I hear time and time again, so many groups of young ladies, they sit around and they talk. I've even heard this amongst adults. They talk about life and what they want to do, what they desire to do, or what they're going to do. But why do you think they are still in the same place 1 year later, 3 years later, 10 years later? It's because they didn't apply action. They might have heard something that sounded good. They might have heard something and they say, you know what, that's what I want. That's what I dream. That's what I desire, right? But they didn't actually put forth the effort. They didn't put one foot after the next to get to the next place. And so it is so important for you to say, you know what, I'm not going to be that person that just dreams about it and not take action. No, I'm going to say, I'm going to take me a notepad, okay? And I'm going to write down step by step what I need to do. And if I don't know what to do, I'm going to look it up, attach myself to the right resources, attach myself to the right people who can get me to the next level. A lot of times in life, we just have to ask questions. We have to surround ourselves. We have to expand our brain, our knowledge, read, listen to things that are empowering us, pushing us to excel and be better. And so my question to you today, what are you doing that's different from the rest? And I say that and I ask that question because if you are hashtag staying focused, then that means you are focusing on how can you get yourself to the next level? What can you do? And so what are you doing that's different from the rest? Meaning if you want to get to the top, you have to do something different. If you want to be successful, you have to put forth action. You have to let go of those, number 1, let go of those self-sabotaging beliefs. You have to, number 2, you have to focus on yourself. And you have to, number 3, you have to take action. So what are you doing to separate yourself? What are you doing to not allow those self-sabotaging beliefs to get in the way? What are you doing to say, you know what, no matter what, I can push forward. No matter what, I need to stay focused on me. No matter what, I need to take action. And so when it comes to everything, I want you to make sure that you have to be healed in order to go to the top. So I encourage you to go to focusyoursuccess.com to download my free ebook. And you can follow me on Instagram at Ingeniously Made Whole. And you can also book me to be a speaker. Okay, I would love to come and speak to all of my teen girls and everyone to help push you to excel, to be better. So thank you for tuning in and listening to hashtag Stay Focused. I am Brittany Petty from Cedar Hill, Texas.
Hello. We've got another exciting episode of Health is Your Wealth. And this is a very important topic. Healthy home cleaning choices. The reality is there are so many products that we have exposure to on a regular basis. Most of them are under our sink, either in the kitchen, in the bathroom, in a family room, in the garage, and let's face it, they're everywhere. It is amazing how many of these products are really not rated for people to be using on a regular basis. Now, there's different types of risks. Okay, we've got people that are allergic to certain chemicals. You know, you spray a chemical, you're going to have a reaction, a rash, or have trouble breathing. And most people that have allergies become pretty savvy. They know what they can or cannot be exposed to. And they've worked hard to get that knowledge. Now, the risks we're talking about tend to be longer term risks. And to be very honest with you, when it comes to chemicals and cleaning products, the risks, besides the breathing, tend to be cancer, development of cancer, or reproductive endocrine issues, hormone issues. And both are potentially extremely serious. So it behooves us, it serves us well to be vigilant in our homes and do our research. I would say companies slowly are responding to consumer pressure. I've seen some large name brand companies start to make some very positive changes, and I think that's awesome. In other words, a rating you might read about a product 4 or 5 years ago might be a very different rating that they're going to get today. So we don't hold that against them, but we need to be on top of it. We need to be current. And to be very honest, years ago, we didn't think about these things. I remember, growing up, you watch TV, and TV wasn't glamorous. It was often a little black and white television the families had. And but these commercials were very influencing, and they were in every living room. So they heavily influenced the shopping, the consumer shopping habits of what products were in the home and being used on a regular basis. And let's face it, they're used everywhere. We're cleaning our countertops in the kitchen, we're cleaning our tables, just cleaning everywhere. So same with the bathrooms. So things for us to think about. And we want to get savvy, if we're not already, about looking up our products and making changes gradually so we don't get overwhelmed, but making changes to shift to healthier products. That's why we say look up all of your household cleaning products. The Environmental Working Group has a guide to healthy cleaning, and it is a tremendous resource. Tremendous. The truth is, scientists found too many risks in cleaning products under sinks and on laundry shelves. 53% of products contain ingredients that harm the lungs, including formaldehyde that may be released by the preservatives in the cleaning products. Many name brand household cleaners are still not safe, so you must do your research before you buy and before you clean. Now, we talked about Environmental Working Group has a cleaning guide. It rates more than 2,000 products with grades from A to F. This is what it looks like when you go to Environmental Working Group, Guide to Healthy Cleaning. This is the main page. And you'll see, okay, top products, label decoder that will help translate the technical terms if you're interested. And about this report, talks a little bit in more depth. If you're interested, go for it. Take a deep dive. Now, people have asked me, okay, I got that page, but then what? Okay, look up on the left, as you're facing it, EWG's Guide to Healthy Cleaning. All right, and you'll see a whole drop down. The top is verified products. That means that is their A-rated product. Then you'll see air fresheners, all-purpose bathroom, dishwashing, floor care, furniture, kitchen, laundry, other, and professional products. So there's a whole array of products. But that's what you look for. In the corner there, the drop-down menu to the Guide to Healthy Cleaning. Now, I did not show a brand here, but if you look, okay, I selected all purpose. You know, your cleaners that you literally, they're all purpose. You can use them for floor, kitchen, whatever. And they, some of them tend to be a little better, a little stronger. All right, now, here you see 6 products were actually verified. 125 scored an A, 114 scored a B, 98 scored a C. Then, okay, 294 scored a D, and 208 scored an F. Now, when I looked at that list, I was surprised. I'm like, wow, these are name brand products, and they're scoring an F. That's not good. Okay, D is not great. D is not great. Really, what you want, here's your ideal. Verified A, B. And if you have a C, well, you're moving in the right direction. It's better. Your goal is to get to A or B. So that's how you use this. And by the way, there's that drop-down menu here in the corner. Now, this is an eye-opener. Environmental Working Group recommends avoiding altogether air fresheners, antibacterial products. With COVID, do you know how many people and stores were promoting these antibacterial soaps? So we're scrubbing ourselves with these. They have risks. And it's not commonly talked about, but we've got to get more savvy. I will be very honest with you. I was buying my own. I would carry my little organic scrub that I researched and it was rated A or B. And I will be honest with you. I would get them at the time. I would get them in Whole Foods. Then there were times that they were completely out. It's like, oh my word, where do I get these? So I've noticed they are more popular now. You can get them in a variety of places. So yeah, please be aware. What is commercially available does not necessarily mean that it's safe. Now, here's another shocker. Fabric softeners and dryer sheets. You should not be using these. There are healthy alternatives. In fact, you'll read Take a little cotton ball with just a little drop of essential oil, a safe oil. Put that right in the dryer. If you feel like you need something, there's a lot of safer options. Drain cleaners and oven cleaners are awful. They're just awful. So we've got to get more savvy. We've got to find healthier options. And I believe that's it. So anyway, thank you so much for your attention, and safe shopping, and we'll see you on the next podcast.
Here we are for another incredible episode. You guys are going to be in for one ride today. We have Carmel Bell. She's a medical intuitive. She's one of the top 10 in the world out of Australia. And I'm so pleased to introduce you to her today. So make sure you and your friends and your family know about this. Jump on this ride and make sure that you put your comments below because she can answer them today. So here we go for the Wellness Driven Ride. I'm so pleased to introduce someone to you guys today. Her name is Carmel Bell. I'm going to show you her book. It is, let me get that right on the camera. Not doing a very good job. It's called When All Else Fails. And I'm going to go ahead and share her bio with you today directly from the back of her book. So here at last, the fascinating story of Carmel Bell, the most recognized medical intuitive in Australia. While Carmel's work is amazing, equally so is her personal journey, having survived a mind-boggling 4 near-death experiences. In the most recent of these, she was away for almost an hour, resulting in significant brain damage. Doctors declared she would never again be able to live an independent life. Carmel was determined to prove them wrong. Using energies received on the other side, she made a full recovery. Now Carmel shares not only her compelling life and death story, she also provides helpful advice on how you too can begin a journey towards self-healing. Carmel Bell is recognized as one of the top 10 medical intuitives in the world. Over 10,000 clients have passed through her clinic, while her college attracts many who wish to learn her techniques. She is vice president of the International Association of Medical Intuitives and founder and president of the Australian branch. Carmel lives and practices in Melbourne, Australia. Please welcome Carmel Bell. Hi, Carmel.
Here I am. Oh, look, I can see myself.
There you are. And you're lovely. You're absolutely lovely. Thank you so much for joining. Gosh, we could go into so many different things, but I'd love for you to just explain to the audience quickly what exactly is the definition of a medical intuitive?
Okay. This is my definition of medical intuition. A medical intuitive will look at your physical body. So they will intuitively, insightfully examine all your internal organs, your bones and teeth. And at the same time, they will look at the spiritual connection. So, if you have a disorder, say in your gallbladder, is it coming from disappointment or letdown or anger? And from where in your life was that letdown and anger? Because if you don't resolve the founding issue, it will keep repeating through your life. So, you'll find women, for instance, who, no matter how careful they are, will always find themselves in a relationship with a man who is in a partnership already, for instance. It's like, why can't I meet a single man? Well, there are millions of single men out there. It's just that their vibration and their desire is to meet a man who isn't single. And if you look at it, you may find that there is a historical pattern in their family, like their father was a bit of a philanderer and his father and so forth. So they get used to that vibe, they're comfortable and they seek. So that's what a medical intuitive does. They look at the health of the body and how to fix that, as well as looking at what made it unhealthy or why it was weak in that area.
It sounds to me like you can go really deep with that too. You know, when we
Yeah.
talk about our past histories and our father's father, mother's mother,
Mm.
you know, et
Mm.
cetera, really going deep into the biological aspects of
Yeah.
the human makeup. And I wanted to just read an excerpt out of your book because
Yeah.
I think that this it just pinpoints so much.
Mhm.
So it says, over my many years of working as a medical intuitive, the one thing that has stood out for me in session with people above all else is that those who are the most unwell are those who are the most unhappy within themselves. They have discontent in their hearts. The people who feel trapped, useless, unloved, angry, bitter, or frustrated are far more likely to have a serious illness as a result of those feelings. People who felt they were living a life of duty or service, not because they wanted to, but because they felt they had no choice, were also likely to be ill as a result of the burdens of care. Even people who were happy but harbored a secret desire to do more, be more, have more, were at risk of becoming ill. A person who is truly content with who they are and what they have is unlikely to become ill. If you are living for someone else, you are dying for yourself. And I just loved that because to me, that was, it just puts it all in a nutshell and you explain it so beautifully.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Well, sadly you are. If you're following somebody else's desire for you in any area of life, you are dying for yourself. You are killing yourself every moment.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about how you came on this journey, or maybe you would like to share with others. You know, I know that within your book you share about it, but share with the audience your first event, with your first death experience. It was a very, very young age. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, of course. I was 4 years of age, and by that stage, I had already made up my mind that I was going to be a medical doctor. My godfather, Jerry, was a medical doctor, and he adored me, and he would come down and play with me and all this sort of stuff. And I thought, I'm going to be a medical doctor. And then one night, I found myself walking down the hallway, and we lived in the country of my parents' house. And it's a bit hazy as to how I got there. And I thought, oh, I'm up. That's odd. I'm cold. And I might go clean my mother's sewing room because my mother was not a very neat person due to her family history. So I went into her sewing room, and I'm wearing this long nightgown where I normally wore pajamas because I'd recently had a hernia operation. So they thought I had to wear nightgowns. Anyway, turned on the heater, leant over to clean up her sewing table, and unbeknownst to me, my nightgown swang into the radiator heater, caught fire, and I was so engrossed that I didn't actually notice until it had burnt all my lower legs and was up to my knees, and the flames were licking at my face, which is what drew my attention to it. So I just screamed and ran, which of course fanned the flames, and then I passed out in the hallway. And whilst I was there in the hallway, my father woke up, saw a light flickering, thought, oh, well, we left a light on, then realised it was flickering and thought, something's wrong, got up and ran and found me on the floor and started to beat out the flames. And in that sort of intermission or interval, I actually died and had a near-death experience. And of course, I didn't know about CPR or anything like that. And my father was like shaking me and pounding the flames and shaking me, and that, I suppose, somehow revived me. So back I came. So there, I often get a little match and run along, go, look who's this? It's Mummy.
I know that you've told this story probably countless times, Carmel. Is it difficult for you to share these death experiences? You've had 4.
Yeah, 4 very, the second one was not so dramatic other than information I was given. And the third and fourth were heartbreaking, really heartbreaking. It's not difficult. It used to be. Like whenever anybody asked me about it, I would invariably start to cry. The trauma was so close. It was really hard. And my mother still gets quite distressed when she talks about it. If she does, she very definitely will not talk about it unless she has to. And she can't stand the smell of like burning lamb. She dry retches because she says that's what I smelled like.
I can imagine as a parent that would be very difficult.
Poor mum. Yeah, she got the worst of it, I think. Yeah, she got the worst of it.
Yeah, as parents do. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. I'm going to go ahead and go into a commercial. And when we get back, I'll ask you some more questions. I'd love to hear what it was like on the other side.
Yeah, see you in a moment.
The Kim Jacobs Show, and you all know who's right here with me, Dr. Les Brown. How are you, Dr. Brown?
I'm blessed and highly favored. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time you want to give yourself a competitive edge. If you got a message, you have some knowledge or experience, a story, or if you want to do something adventurous and exciting with your life that can increase your credibility, expose you to millions of people, I'm encouraging you to have your own talk show. I used to have a talk show. That one talk show catapulted me to another level. Now there are more people watching the internet, as you are aware, than television. Yes. Come on, somebody.
That's right.
Dr. Kim Jacobs, she trained people on how to have their own talk show. She will train you how to do that. And now with me partnering with her, now you have the combination of an audience, expansive audience. We have over 4 million people in all of our platforms, and the coaching you need to grow your business, to grow your multi-level marketing organization, to draw more attention to yourself in this noisy economy. Go ahead, Kim.
So in the training that I do, Les, I actually do a 6-week training. It's 1 hour per week. And each week I meet with the individuals one-on-one. We go through and we talk about all of the things that's necessary for a show to become a reality. We go from how to actually identify your focus area, what's going to be your ideal customer that's going to be tuning in. We'll talk about how to get guests, how to get sponsorship, how to go about getting your lighting, your branding, and your banners, and everything that you need to know. And guess what, Les? They own their own content at the end of the day.
And that's exciting. Now, if you're ready to create a shift in your business and in your life and increase your cash flow, I want you to go to KimJacobsConsulting.com. It's right there on the screen, KimJacobsConsulting.com. You know, people say opportunity knocks on every door. Right. No. Opportunity stands by silently waiting for you to recognize it. So I want you to recognize that this is a time for you. This is an incredible time to have your own talk show. It establishes a level of credibility.
Yes.
And by being exposed to people on a regular basis, it allows you to strategically begin to impact and attract your audience. She can take you in a place in yourself that you can't go by yourself. So go to KimJacobsConsulting.com. That's KimJacobsConsulting.com. Did I say KimJacobsConsulting.com? Yes, you did. Very good. Make sure you go there and sign up for the coaching, and we're looking forward to working with you. You have something special. You have greatness within you. That's my story, and that's Kim's story, and we're sticking to it. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
All right. So if anyone of you are looking to work with somebody, Kim Jacobs is amazing. And I have it on the link below. Go to KimJacobsConsulting.com and she'll take great care of you. I highly recommend her. Let her know that I am bringing you to her. All right. So going back to beautiful Miss Carmel. So I really want to jump into not just what it was like on the other side, but what I heard you explain in your book. What I'm most interested about is the feeling. So not only did you go to the other side, see the light, as many people say, but you felt this energy and like this force of energy, like electric currents running through your body. And then when you came back, you really wanted to tap into that, and you kept trying to bring about that feeling and energy. And you through that, you realized that there was a healing essence in that.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That was the Metatronic energy, which is actually a very different frequency to any other healing energy that I have felt, which is not to say necessarily that it's better than or less than anything. It's just different. And people of my bloodline apparently really can pretty much only use that energy. We don't resonate well with other energies. Like my mother learned Reiki, and the teacher said to her that they'd never experienced somebody who couldn't pick this up. It just was an antithesis to her. So yeah, that is what healed me, was this energy. And when I revived, I could feel it when I called it, and I found it fairly easy to call. It would go through my body, and I could feel it fixing things, because you can imagine with burning and a fire and all that kind of stuff, there was a lot of damage to various organs in my body. Yeah.
Okay, so that's very fascinating to me. You're saying that there's different kinds of energy. This is new to me, maybe not new to a lot of people, but I think this is the first time I've heard that. Can you explain that a little bit?
Well, there are different frequencies, and we know that people who are scientific in nature or in the healing field are aware that there are different frequencies, which is why you have the singing bowls, the crystal bowls that are different frequencies and so forth. And some energies are really good at energizing the body and giving a really good, effective ground level healing, but the healing doesn't tend to hold. Which is why, for instance, you might go see a pranic healer or a Reiki healer, and they will do their stuff, and God bless them. But you'll be back to get more because it hasn't held. That's not the frequency it is. And the higher up in the frequency you go, it is actually a little harder to use and a little harder to heal with, and people won't feel it as like right there as they may with the Reiki. They have to be a little bit more sensitive, but the difference like loads up, so you'll find like 3 weeks later the problem that you had been slowly dissipating till it's gone, and it tends not to come back. I'll tell you a quick story. I had a discussion with a lady actually yesterday, and on Zoom or something like that, and she was talking, and she said to me at the end of our discussion, she said, "I don't know if you remember me, And I thought, no, I don't. I actually see a lot of people. So, no, I don't. And she said, well, look, I came to see you in 2020 because I was having a lot of problems with my digestive system and nobody could help me. She said, I saw you and I haven't had problems since. And
Wow.
that is the kind of result. And when she was there, I don't know if she really thought if I was doing anything or whatever. I'm sort of like standing around her, just shifting patterns and moving things out, and told her how to handle it afterwards. But she has no more digestive problems, so she is very, very happy.
Wow. I know, and you shared a couple of testimonies with me, and I wasn't able to do it. I could share the screen, but I will just say, from me hearing those testimonies, how people really are so changed, like their entire lives, and
Yeah.
it's like giving them a whole new beginning. And so
Mm.
that's such a beautiful thing, through your healing. And I love that you began a new a school, and so I want to
Yeah.
talk about that for a little bit. But I
Yeah.
want to also kind of go into your history first and see how you really came about into the light of this profession. I know that it wasn't an
Mm.
easy journey for you,
No.
especially, when it's not accepted by the traditional modern medicine.
Mm.
And so, and I know that there's been a lot of challenges with that. Would you like to talk about, maybe one challenge that you will never forget that you dealt with during that time when you're being accepted into a medical community?
Um, oh gosh, that's a big ask. Well, I remember that, I'm accepted by a lot of doctors and I am part of the Integrative Medical Association, and I'm the only non-medically trained person who is a part of that. And, I was invited to go in, and then it had to be voted on and all that sort of stuff. And that was very difficult. I never actually expected to get into that. I never expected to get that far. And my journey with the medical profession started quite unbeknownst to me, in fact. Like one day, and it would be, oh, hang on, how old? 25 years ago, probably 26 years ago. A lady made an appointment to see me. She came in to see me, and I did a session on her. And she was so amazed that she said, I'm going to send my partner to see you. So she did. And I picked up all this stuff on him and fixed him. He really did need physical, grunty healing. So I did what I could, sent him back to his partner, and turned out that I actually did save his life, basically. And then this same woman contacted me, and she said, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to, make assumptions, whatever. She said, but I'm actually a doctor, and I'm so amazed with what you did that I want to be able to send clients to you. And I said, yeah, that's fine. I'll write reports when they come, if they come from you, so that you've got what I see, not just what they remember. So, we did that. And doctor after doctor and their clients started to see me. And, some of them would let me know that they're a doctor, and others would not tell me. And, it makes no difference other than, obviously there's a bit of an anxiety-based level when you think, oh my God, this is doctor. I hope I remember my anatomy. Which, is probably the biggest fear. I go, oh, where's the gallbladder again? Oh no, is it called a nose in the middle of the face? I don't know. I can't remember. So it's much easier. Obviously I'm not medically trained, and it's a bit hard to, on an ordinary human level, to come up against these people, and they'll go, oh, that's not, a foot. I'm telling you, that's a bunion. And think, and I've been arrogant enough, I guess, to say to people, whoever they are, whatever profession they are, and they'll go, "You're wrong," and I go, "No, I'm not wrong. You're wrong." You know, and kudos to me. I have had a lot of apologies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, I
Yeah.
guess that by word of mouth, that really gives you more acceptance. And it sounds to me like
Yeah.
it was maybe an easier transition than I maybe expected.
Yeah.
If doctors were asking you of your services for their
Yeah.
patients, that's
Yeah,
amazing.
I got so busy at one stage that the only way I could think of working it out was saying that if you want to come see me, you actually have to be referred by your doctor. So
Mm.
people would have to go to their doctor and say, "I want to see this person, Carmel Bell, medical intuitive. She wants a referral." And the doctor would go, I guess they'd probably go, "Well, odd." But they would write the referral. And these people would come along with their referral and I'd have a look at it and I'd go, "Oh, they want me to look at your, hairy tongue. No worries." And then I would do whatever. But I actually did that because it meant that people actually had to think about coming to see me. I'm not a sideshow, and so many people in this field, like, the amount of people that will come in and see me, it's a medical problem, then they get to the end of it and go, "Oh, what can you tell me about my love life? I'm single," and I go to them, "I don't give a damn about your love life. Seriously. I'm not telling you. Like, not even looking at it. Who cares?" If it was part of their illness, sure. But, like, that's one of the hardest things with medical intuition is actually getting people to recognize that as intuitive, as clairvoyant as we are, or should be, our interests are not the mundane, as it were. It's not what I see as mundane. It's far more critical to your life and to your health. Like, what's the point of having a partner if you're developing, like stomach cancer or whatever? It's pretty pointless, isn't it?
Yeah. It sounds like you're very, very straight to the point, very authentic. Now, when you knew, and it sounds to me like you developed this gift at an early age, did you want it? What was there a point when you decided to accept it? I mean, obviously you did, but
Yeah. There was a point when I decided to accept it, but it was a journey. I honestly kept resisting. So, just I'll try to be brief. First of all, as you know, I died at 4. And then my life went along and it was kind of like trauma after trauma after trauma after trauma. And I was ostracized. I was regularly beaten up at school because I was weird. And, and I would look at things from a different thing. A lot of the kids would torment animals and I would try to stop them. And then I think at 15 years of age, so I just turned 15 and, still quite determined to be a doctor. So I was, studying in my preferences and so forth to that end. And then just turned 15, along came Christmas. I'm one of 6 children. And, in Christmas morning, my family would all gather around the Christmas tree and Dad would hand out the presents one by one. And anyway, so he handed out all the presents. There was nothing left under the tree, and I had got nothing. There was nothing in front of me. And I think I was in a bit of shock, and I just went, "Wow, nothing." And so I got up, walked out of the room, went into my bedroom, and started to pack a bag to go. When both of my parents came running out and grabbed me, and Mum went, "Oh, Carmel, I'm so sorry." And Dad said, "We've just realised that your mother forgot to get you any presents. So look, here's," I think it was $20, maybe $50. "Here's some cash. And when the shop's open, your mum will take you shopping and buy you a present." So I put the money in my jeans pocket and I thought, to myself, there's no room for me here. So I finished packing my bag. I walked out the front door and I did not see my parents again for nearly 3 years.
Wow, that's a very powerful story.
But I had to leave
Um,
school, you see.
yes.
Who was going to pay? I was at a private school. Who was going to pay my fees? Not me.
Wow. And what did you do?
Well, I actually went over to my, I had a boyfriend, we'd been dating for about, I don't know, 12 months. And we were teenage in love, whatever. And I walked the few kilometers to his house with my one bag of belongings, and I knocked on his door and I told him what happened. And I said, is there any chance I could live here with you? So he asked his parents and they said, yes, of course you can. They were quite fond of me. So I moved into his little one-room bungalow with him, and we lived in a single bed together, and I got a job working for Woolworths, I think, and then pharmacies and all that sort of stuff. And then we were very, very happy. And then I went to Perth for a little while. My grandparents found me and asked me to go live with them. And they had actually wanted to adopt me after I burned, and my dad wouldn't let them because they actually thought that my mum was deliberately trying to kill me, which she wasn't. We're very close. She wasn't. And I'd said no. Anyway, they came over, they found me, and they said, we want you to think about this. So can we, get you to move out for a while? So I did. And then it was arranged for me to go to Perth. So I went to Perth for a few months, and then I came back to Melbourne and I resumed my relationship with my boyfriend. And then we started a motorcycle gang together. And because, we thought it was a joke, so I was the president of this gang, and I ended up being called Boots, and boots and all. I was always in boots and all.
Oh,
I still wear pretty much nothing but boots today. Got a huge collection of shoes that I never wear. I just love them. They're objets d'art, d'art. Beautiful. Love looking at them and walking down my display. But I wear boots.
I like boots too. I understand that. I'm a boots girl too.
Yeah,
Well, wonderful. When we come back, I'm going to share some photos that you gave, and we're going to talk a little bit about your beautiful family that you've created and what your journey is like to have them in your life, and have it being a medical intuitive, and what effect that has had for you and your family. So stay tuned.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Okay, so I'm going to take us on a journey through this photo album of Carmel's, and you can just tell us what this photo is like, the time period, etc.
Oh, well, that's actually my daughter, Rosalind. And she's 25, and she decided, I have this most amazing wardrobe that, you would love. I've been collecting vintage clothes and making clothes, and, I have so many beautiful, beautiful jackets and pants and dresses and hats and gloves and all this sort of stuff. And Rosalind one day just appeared out of my wardrobe, as she sometimes does, dressed up like this. And I thought, oh man, this kid is so beautiful. And I just took a photo. So that's my glorious daughter, Rosalind, my only daughter.
That is a gorgeous photo. And, Carmel, I thought this was of you.
No, in fact, it's very similar. I could show you. I used to model years ago, like when I was about 21, 22. I did quite a bit of modeling. And then, it was a very creepy industry when I was in it. And that is so similar to a photo I have of me that was professionally taken. She's a natural. And you know what? She does not give a rat's how she looks. You know, she doesn't bank on her looks at all, which is so beautiful.
She is. She
Yeah.
is.
Mm. Oh, like this is me when I was about I would be 29, 30. And I'd actually been, I was an Olympic class gymnast when I was a child, which of course that career, I was training for the Olympics, and that career ended when I left home and also injured my leg, managed to cut out a tendon in my leg, which stopped me from performing at my top ability. So I went from that into bodybuilding. I thought, what can I do? So I began to bodybuild because my metabolism is fast, so fast that it's very difficult for me to put on weight. So I have to like eat a lot of certain types of food and train to get muscle and strength on me. And anyway, I couldn't get to the gym as often as I liked, so I set up a home gym for myself. And so this is a photo of me, and I can tell you I was so annoyed when that photo was taken. My husband, man who's my husband now, actually took it. He came home to find me like working, and thank God he didn't take it when I was actually like forward, because you would have seen like you know
Yeah.
on my face. And he took it, and it was like, oh, Christ, what are you going to do? Take this photo. I'm so glad he took it now, though.
How about this photo?
Well, that is me at about, I would have been probably 42, 43. And that was actually taken after I had been diagnosed with a brain tumor that actually created a terminal disease in me. And I decided, that my hair was naturally black, but because I'm of Celtic descent, it started to go grey young, which they do, and this is like natural.
Oh,
And
wow.
yeah, and so I went to my hairdresser and I said, just take the lot, just leave me the grey. So he did, and that was taken not long after he did that, and that was me in the early stages of a disease called Cushing's. There's lots of Cushing syndrome, but very, very few people with disease, which is quite different. And I think I was off to teach a class. Anyway, so I'm about probably 42, maybe a bit older.
Okay. And now remind me, is this prior to the second death experience or after?
No, it's post. The second, yes, James? Yeah, you can go out. My son's just going to travel through. One of my sons is just going to travel through. And so you can see that back. This is the one who's like 2 meters tall. So all you can see is his back. No, I had a second death experience when I was 18. I miscarried a baby, and my GYOBN decided I needed an operation to make sure there's nothing left. And during that operation, I died. So they actually didn't do all that they intended to do, but they, revived me and brought me back and then popped me in hospital for the night. And he, came to see me and said, "Oh, we had a bit of a problem. You died." And I said, "I know," because I had another near-death experience where I was told that I had married the wrong Bernie.
Mm.
I had to leave.
Yes, you have a very interesting experience with that too, because the first death they told you on the other side, they said, you're going to have a partner in this life. His name is Bernie.
Bernie.
And you met a Bernie and you thought that that was your partner.
Yeah.
And it ended up not being.
No. And, look, we really did have a lovely relationship. We would be, if we still married, we would have been married, I don't know, 40, 42, 43 years, I think now. And we're still very close. You know, like we wish each other happy birthday. We'll sometimes meet for coffee. He, helps me out with various things. Ditto for him. And his children and my children, in fact, a couple of them attended school together, and they used to delight saying to people that they're brother and sister, even though they don't share anything genetic, and they'd say, oh, how does that work? And go, well, my mother used to be married to her father, and they have together a son. So, Harley, who used to say to me when he was young, I really want a sibling, ended up being one of six.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
And who is this?
This is B2, Bernie 2. This is my second
Bernie
Bernie.
2.
Yeah.
Great. Here he is.
They call themselves B1 and B2. And so I laugh and say, I'm married. I've been married to the Bananas in Pajamas, if you know that those shows, B1 and B2. So that is B2, and it's only a couple of years old. That photo. We were at his work's Christmas function where we were bowling, like lawn bowling. Oh my God, what a task that is! I don't know how all these old people can lawn bowl so successfully, because like I would be aiming for there and I'd end up over there. It's just crazy.
Well, he looks very happy, like just a jolly, merry soul.
He is. That's because he rides a motorbike every day.
Brings him great joy. So
It
how
does.
common is the name Bernie? Was that like something really
Very uncommon. Very,
Okay.
very uncommon. I have actually physically met 4 Bernies in my life. 2 I married. One was my best friend's father, and the other was a priest.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's it. That's all the Bernies I've met.
That's amazing.
Mm.
And
Oh,
this is the 2 of you.
Yeah. That's me and Bernie and I. And I think that might have been at one of my birthday functions. And somebody said, let's get a photo of you 2. And I thought, oh, all right. And
Well, I love it. You guys look very close. And from what I
Yeah.
understand, was it true when they told you this is going to be your life partner, your
Yeah.
companion, your aid, your help, in this life?
Yes.
Has that rang true?
Yes, it has. It
Okay.
has. There've been a few tussles along the way, and I'm a really good one for, jumping up and down and yelling when I'm truly frustrated. And Bernie just is the silent type. He plays snail, and so we've had a lot of silent arguments, or loud from mine. And that's James, who you just saw the back walking out. He said he's 2 meters tall, like size I think 16 or 17 shoes.
Wow.
And he's just like, he's huge and so gentle. Like, this guy is so gentle. He's amazing.
Gentle giant.
Yeah, I've always said to him, God, James, with your body, you really ought to get into bodybuilding. Please do. And he goes, no. Oh, this is my eldest son. This is Harley. And he's actually a aerospace engineer. And,
Wow.
yeah, I love his moustache. And he actually does twirl his moustache. Like, he goes, oh.
That is a good look.
Yeah,
That is a very good look.
It is. Snidely whiplash. He's very snidely whiplash. But, yeah. And this is Jean-Luc.
I love that name, by the way. When I was reading the names of your children, they're all beautifully unique, but Jean-Luc is great. How did you come up with that name?
Well, Jean-Luc was born 14 weeks premature, and totally unexpected. There was no reason that we could find that it would happen, but my waters broke, and I went to hospital and they put me in there and put me on a drip to try and stop him being born, but nothing was going to stop him. So there, there'd been like no preparation basically. They gave me, I think, 2 shots, massive shots of cortisone to get his lungs developed because it works very rapidly and all this sort of stuff. And they said to me when I'm in labour, they said, your baby is unlikely to live. So you need to be ready. And I thought, well, I'm going to, see about that. Anyway, he ended up being born, was straight to, intensive care and all this sort of stuff. And I looked at him and I thought to myself, what name can I give him that will carry him to the stars if he does not live? And he was born on St. Patrick's Day. I am a Star Trek fan. I just adore Patrick Stewart as Captain Picard. And his name is Jean-Luc. And I thought, well, there you go. That's perfect. So we called him Jean-Luc, and then middle name of Fox, which actually suits him really well. And anyway, a friend of ours was working at NASA at that stage, and he heard that Jean-Luc had been born, blah, blah, blah. So Patrick Stewart got a photo of himself dressed up as Jean-Luc Picard, signed it for our Jean-Luc, and Harold sent it to us. Here you go. And he lived, obviously.
Yeah, that's a wonderful story. And this is all of them together.
Yes, it is.
So
Yes,
this
it
is
is.
all of the beautiful children. You have 4.
4, yeah.
And so I'm curious, a couple questions. Has this gift run internally through the family? I think you were talking a little bit about that with your mother. Have your children experienced this gift?
Yes.
And okay.
Yes.
So they practice and they
No,
No.
they do not. I discourage them. I discourage them.
I would love to hear more about that.
This is the toughest job you will ever, ever, ever learn. Just try and be brief. For instance, publishing representatives, whatever, don't want to know me because of my profession. Lots of things. Teachers, doctors, I'm always being challenged by doctors. I mean, literally, I've had doctors look me in the face and tell me that I'm lying, I'm a charlatan, and how dare I give people false hope, even though I am scientifically and medically tested and verified. They find it very, very challenging. My kids, these 2 in the middle, I had to move their schools because children weren't allowed to play with them because one of the mothers at this school had been a client of mine and she told people what I did. And they decided that I was weird and freaky and no one should talk to me and their children shouldn't play with my children. So the bullying and ostracization became so intense that I actually did have a breakdown due to it. And I moved my kids out of the school into other schools to save them. It was getting very heartbreaking for them.
Those are definitely the challenges I was curious about. And I feel I would like, as much as I would love to say that the world is changing and we're evolving and we're past that point, that we're not quite there yet.
Oh no, we're actually a long way off it. And I know, there is progress and there is more acceptance than there was, but we really are a long way off it. And last night on Facebook, I think, or the night before, I was reading a post by a friend of mine who's like in the healing world and was, and like he put up and said that anybody who charges for their healing services will have their gifts taken away from them, that we're not allowed to charge, that nobody should charge. And I thought, that's really unfair because every talent is a gift. Every talent comes from God or source, whatever you want to call it, and everything. And why does no one field have the right to actually eat and to comfortably know where their next meal is coming from? Money is the energy exchange that this world unfortunately runs on, And why would an energetic or spiritual healer, although, I don't call myself a healer, I'm a medical intuitive, why don't they have a right to eat? Why should my children not have clothes and education and food?
Right. I
Mm.
agree with you.
Yeah. So, that's been a challenge, and it remains a challenge, and it's very, very rare for anybody to quibble with me to say, like, I can't afford it to pay you. Very, very rare. Oh, this is this is actually the fireman who saved my life after I died. So, by the time they got there, I'd been dead for quite some time. These guys worked on me for 47 minutes.
That's amazing.
47 minutes, giving me CPR, which I got to tell you is the most excruciating thing to recover from. In fact, lots of people die from the results of CPR.
Yeah.
Their bodies cannot recover. It is agony you have never experienced. And giving me adrenaline shots and oxygen and whatever for 47 minutes. And they were just about to call it. They'd gone on for that long because my husband used to be an ambulance officer himself. And so, he was known in the industry. Otherwise, they would have stopped, 25 minutes prior. But they went on and on and on because, he was a buddy. And I re-entered my body and came back. 'Cause I
That's
knew they were about to
fascinating. I agree. It's very rare for the medical community to go on that long.
Yeah, it is.
And I'm
Very rare.
very aware of how hard it is on a body and that people do die
Mhm.
during that process. So it is a miracle in and of itself that you survived all of that.
Mhm.
And yeah, this is the big long death. And can you tell just briefly what your experience was at that time?
You mean whilst I was dead?
Yes.
Right. Well, I found myself up in, the space that people call heaven again, and I was talking to the Archangel Metatron, who I have spoken to before, and to Jesus, the person who calls him, the people call Jesus. I call him Jesus, and a couple of my guides, and they talked to me and asked basically like how I was going and how I was coping, and I told them, I shared with them the griefs and the difficulties that I had gone through and how tormenting this profession was. And, they explained that they had asked me to do this, which I was aware, of, and how they were aware of how difficult it was, and it's not an easy task to carry. And then they told me that if I wished to, I could remain in heaven. I could stay physically dead if I wished to. And then I thought about it, and I thought about Bernie trying to raise and support, like I was the main income earner, and support our 4 children by himself, and how he would probably lose everything, like lose the house, lose income, blah blah blah, and how lonely he would be without me. And so I chose to come back. I do believe that they actually wanted me to come back, but that it was, they gave me the appearance of choice.
Wow.
Mhm.
And so this photograph is more recent.
Yes, it is. A couple of years old.
I
Yeah.
love the purple. This is definitely one of my favorite photos of you. I use this one to highlight just to advertise the show and you being here as a guest. And so, and I also want to go into, I'd like to ask you this question. it doesn't sound to me like you're done. Like, do you feel what is next? I'm wondering what's next for you.
Oh, I don't know. I really don't know. At the moment, I confess I'm just treading water. I don't see as many clients by way. I see a tenth. Like pre-death, I was seeing, as I think I said earlier, 30 people a week, and that's a tremendous amount. And I still had a huge waiting list. Like this wasn't dragging through the atmosphere looking for clients. This was hard work, and I really do not want to work that hard anymore. I physically I can't. Physically I really cannot. It will kill me very quickly if I try to, because it is a burden on the body. No matter how careful you are, the body has to be able to match that level of energy.
Hmm.
And
That makes sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I've considered, like in the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, I have actually looked at changing professions. I did start a tattoo course, and then realised that,
Great.
I know, isn't that crazy? And because I don't mind tattoos, and I think you can do some beautiful art. So anyway, I applied, was accepted, enrolled, and then I started reading and whatever. And do you know how much study there is involved in learning to actually tattoo? It's mind-boggling. I thought, oh yeah, give me the gun, I'll draw a picture. No worries, no worries. It is so intricate. So, and since I did that, the crazy thing is, because I've always said to my kids, tattoos are an identifying mark. So if you ever have any criminal aspirations, do not get a tattoo, right?
I've tried telling my daughter that.
Yeah, yeah. But 2 of my children now have tattoos, lots of tattoos. I mean, full sleeve, like full sleeve. And I can't complain because I know that he has no criminal aspirations. And I was the first one in the family to get a tattoo after I died. Insane. I just wandered into this tattoo studio literally and said, "Can you tattoo me, please?"
Well, tell me, what is it? I would love to know.
What it actually says is it's on my left ankle, and it says "Curiouser and Curiouser."
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And on
Alice in
my
Wonderland. That's
yeah,
wonderful. That's definitely
right,
going down the rabbit hole. And
absolutely.
um, I love
Yep.
so much all of the things that you've shared today. And I know that I would love to keep going further and further. It's, it makes a lot of sense, but obviously I don't, I'm sure we all have the gift within us. And I know that's why you created the school, and you work on teaching people that they have this gift within themselves in order to go out and share that gift with the world.
Yeah.
And so, but really coming to this eye-opening concept, because I don't think about it because I don't practice it, but that it really takes so much energy from you because you're working it. And also curious, what's the future look like for your school?
Well, I closed it down for a long time, and over the last 2 or 3 years, I have actually tried to reopen it, but COVID has got in the way. And but I do intend, my intention is there to reopen it sometime this year, hopefully in the next couple of months. But it'll be more online. It used to be in person. I still prefer to teach it in person. I've not tried to teach it remotely yet, but we will try this year. And I don't know if I will do more than just 1 year. I will teach and do 1 year because again, it's a lot of work for me to teach it. And I get in guest lecturers, usually I have a doctor or two come in and talk, and dentists and physios, and because people don't realize exactly how critical teeth are. You know, like
Mhm.
you can end up with the most severe headache you possibly can get, trigeminal neuralgia, through misalignment of your jaw, you know?
Yes.
And they actually call that headache the suicide headache, you know,
Oh, well,
because you
yeah,
have
'cause
yeah,
you
yeah.
don't wanna stick around for it.
Well, I actually did get that headache. I got that headache, and I suffered with it for about a year and a half, living on the strongest painkillers I could find, and doctors saying, no reason. I'm going, I know this is curable. I know it's something wrong up here. Like, and I'm trying to look, and I had to sort of stop working for the most part. And then I went and visited a dentist that I'd been friends with since I was about 25, and he had become my children's dentist. And I was picking up my daughter, and I said, "Oh," he said, "How are you?" And I said, "Paul, you know, I've got this thing." He said, "You know, all right, look at me." And he did just like literally spent 20 seconds and went whack, whack, whack. And he said, "All right," he said, "Carmel, book in for a half-hour an appointment, and I tell you, um, diagnosis will become misdiagnosis." So I did, and it did, and I've never had another headache since.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, not I haven't had another headache, let alone a trigeminal neuralgia. And I am aware that I get these conditions because I have to learn about them. Like, and things my history, my full history reads like a Shakespearean tragedy, really. The events that have happened to me, the things, the tragedies that have happened to me, and the illnesses that myself or my children have developed, and I've had to fix, you know?
So you gained the knowledge of
Yeah. Yep.
because you were supposed to have those experiences.
Yeah. Mm. Yep.
Yeah.
Like the one that you saw, my son that you saw leave, when he was born dead. They revived him, and then I was told that he had cerebral palsy, right?
Mm.
Okay. He's 6'7". No palsy. He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, and then he developed idiopathic thrombocytopenia purpura, and they wanted to take out his spleen. And I said,
Mm.
no, 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 all gone, fixed.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
so
amazing. And,
mm,
you know, uh, uh, it's it's so interesting, the chosen few or many that have to, go through these challenges in order to
mm,
learn and grow from them
yeah,
and to show up differently.
mm, yeah,
So,
it is. People think that we're lucky. Now, look, you know, there's got to come a time where um, somebody with my kind of talent does not have to suffer. Really, you know. I mean, there's always going to be suffering. There's suffering in everybody's life. I mean, the people that I've met in my life who have had the easiest kind of lives and nothing, you know, they were blah, blah, blah. I've got to tell you, they are the most boring people you could ever possibly hope to meet. They're, you know, oh, you get trapped with them, and it really is trapped in a party or a pub or whatever. And it's like, so what do you do? Oh, nothing. I just, you know, whatever.
but they're
Nothing.
not really living.
No. No, no, they're not living. It without challenge, you don't grow.
Yes, I agree with you there. That is
Mm,
100% true.
yeah.
And so I know that you're gonna do the schooling online potentially, and that
Mm,
that was a other curiosity of mine
mm,
was being able to teach something like this, and when you're working with the energies, is it just you describing or, like, are you able to,
yeah.
you know,
Mm.
to
Same as I
tell from
yeah.
our video that,
Mm,
"Hey, April, you could work on this," or, "I see this," are you able
mm,
to do that from far
mhm,
away
yeah.
energetically?
Yes. Yep. In fact, pre all this video stuff, I used to just do it over the phone.
Wow.
I didn't even know what these people looked like. You know, I had to go over and visit them and go, well, I see that you're wearing this. Oh, and they go, oh, yeah. Yep. I go, good, I found you.
That's amazing. Well, Carmel, this has been such a wonderful time. Thank you so much for sharing yourself and your life. I absolutely have left the link to your book in the description.
Yep.
And so I strongly encourage people to read it. It just grasps you and locks you in. The stories are fascinating. Your journey has been fascinating. And the fact that you're just able to shine your light in the world now is the beautiful thing. And so I want to personally thank you for doing that and being that and sharing your journey with us here today.
Thank you. Thank you. There's so lovely of you.
Thank you.
It makes me feel, it's pretty rare for people to actually give me compliments. I'm a bit of an oddity.
Well, you
So-
can come here and get compliments all day long, anytime.
Okay.
Compliments are there.
Yeah.
Is there
Particularly
anything
on my
else?
silver hair. I love people complimenting my
Well,
silver hair. I grew it myself, and it took such an effort, like years.
Well, yeah. I mean, you cut it pretty short too.
Yeah,
And
that's right.
I love the color of it too.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
don't know if I'll ever get that. My mother hasn't seemed to gray, so I don't know if I'll get there. I'll probably just go all white, eventually.
I like white. It's still,
Yeah.
it's still actually dark somewhere, like underneath, I think. Anyway, but it's probably waiting for me to have another traumatic experience just to finish off the job.
Well, I think that you're pretty resilient, I would say.
Thank you.
I
Thank
would
you.
say
I am.
so.
I am.
Is there
Brain
anything else?
damage helps that resilience because, you forget, you go, oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot that you did that. Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
I think that we do need to be reminded
Yeah, we do.
every now and again. I think that what that does is it shows how much we have done and how strong we have been.
Yeah.
And that whatever challenges that we're facing now, we can sure get through it because we have been there, done that.
Yeah, we have. And we've got the sore feet to prove it.
We do. All right, Carmel. Well, is there anything else that you'd like to share?
No.
All right.
Just thank you. Thank you, April.
My
Thank you for
pleasure.
taking it.
Anytime. And you
taking
can
it.
always come back
Yes.
on the Wellness Driven Life Show.
All right. I'll
So I'm
just
gonna
pop
have
in
you-
every now and then.
You can pop in and I'm going to have you stay right backstage and we're going to finish up the show. And
Yep.
thank you so much for our listeners. And thank you so much for the people who are going to be listening to this recording. Make sure you put some comments in and I'll get back to them in the future. And the way that the show runs is by donations. So if you would like to invest in the Wellness Driven Life Show once, weekly, monthly, or annually, just do that through Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. Also through www.thewellnessdrivenlifeshow.com. There is a donation site where you get a beautiful email after you donate and you can save that for your records. So thank you again so much for everybody who has joined and tuned in, and we will see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Vanessa Dunn Guyton, and I am the proud founder and executive director of Hush No More. Hush No More supports survivors when they're ready to come forward, to share their story, to have somebody to listen to, or to get resources. We also provide training in our communities on what we call the hush topics: sexual assault, domestic violence, human trafficking, child sexual abuse, incest, all of those topics that our families, communities, and organizations have a hard time discussing. We tackle them. And so I'm really excited tonight that you were able to join us on Hush No More Champions. Here you are going to meet some fantastic survivors, advocates, nonprofit organizations that are doing some amazing things in our community and help us bring awareness. I think that awareness plus knowledge equals prevention. It is important that you know what's going on. Today, we're going to talk about molestation, child sexual abuse. A lot of people do not realize that 1 in 10 children are abused sexually before the age of 18. This is something that is serious. It is happening. It has been happening for years. So how can we become informed? How can we protect our children, our grandchildren, our nieces and nephews? How can we protect them? And so we're going to have a great conversation tonight of what happens once you're abused and you are a survivor, and how do you become a champion? So I am so excited because I have a great guest for you all tonight. But before I bring him on, I want to show you an introduction video.
Hey, I'm getting inducted into the New York Boxing Hall of Fame. All the hard work paid off. All the punches that I got, all the punches that I gave, it was all worth it.
So we're finally here at Russo's on the Bay after the long-awaited hours of Zab felt like hours to me. But listen, we here, we about to have some food, some drinks, and we about to kill it.
Let's hear for Monty.
I have so much history in this room, right?
Y'all ever test something and it don't work when you get ready to do it? So I'm going to show it again.
All the punches that I got, all the punches that I gave, it was all worth it.
So we're finally here at Russo's on the Bay after the long-awaited hours of Zab felt like hours to me. But listen, we here, we about to have some food, some drinks, and we about to kill it.
Let's hear for Monty.
I have so much history in this room, right? So I have to start with, and you guys need to bear with me. Listen, 18 years is a long time for me. I got selective memory, right? But listen, check this out. This is an amazing experience and accomplishment. And I have to think, Abraham Davis, Pops, he died in 2017. He was 102. Abraham, they call him Pops, Al Davis. I have to thank Jimmy Glenn, who's a father. Life is a delicate negotiation. So now look what I've negotiated. I'm the Hall of Fame.
I would like to introduce to you the former heavyweight boxing champion and Hall of Fame inductee 2019, Monty Barrett. Thank you, Monty, for joining us. I'm so excited that you're here.
Thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate you.
You know, I've been waiting to interview you since I met you at my mom's house.
Right.
It's amazing. And you never know where God is going to take you and who you're going to meet and who have the most amazing stories. And you fall right in line with Hush No More Champions and the idea of being a survivor and turning into a champion. So I thank you for that. And I just want to know, what is it that you're doing now? Tell us about Monty Barrett.
Well, yes. So my wife and my daughter, we moved to Columbia, South Carolina, where her family is from originally. And we wanted to have a better support system with our daughter, Gabrielle. And because we was living in East Rutherford for many years and we was about to purchase a home. So I said to my wife one day, let's move out to South Carolina. And she fights me on everything, but she didn't fight on that one. And she was like, "Bet, let's do it." So we came out here and God has just been opening up doors and answering prayers, and so many great things happen. I'm also
a part of an amazing experience called Champs Camp and House of Champions, which is a recovery center for not-for-profit and profit, and also for the veterans. So we're working towards that. Also, I have another organization called Champs Camp 2, which is a studio gym for the trained just people who want to work out with the champ. And right now, I'm closing on a place in Sumter, downtown in the city, and it's underneath the USC campus. It's like 800 students on top. So I'm looking forward to that part of my life where I can start, giving some instructions and showing people how to defend themselves and showing people how to carry about and have some, normalcy. Because in this world, as you know, it's very violent. And, people, like when we grew up in the 70s, we had a chance to fight each other and then be friends the next day.
Right.
Right. It was normal, right? We got beat by our neighbors and everything, but it was normal because it took a village to raise a kid, and now it's a little different, but, so we want to, whatever I can do to make Columbia a better community while I'm here, I'm looking forward to it.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Now I got to cough when I come on the show.
Don't worry about it. That water always do it to you.
Excuse me.
It's the water. It's the water.
It's the water. I don't like water.
Yeah,
I don't
you're
like
making me thirsty too.
All right, let me get my life together. Let me get this interview together, get my voice together. So why is it like the Champs Kids? Why is this like a big thing for you?
Say that one more time.
Why is the Champ Kids such a big thing for you?
Well, it's like, so what I did was I was thinking of when I came down here, I got with some amazing people that are from Columbia, and they really showed me how to, make a difference. I came up with an idea before I came to Columbia, and they turned it into life. It's like, it's no I in team. I had the idea, I had the vision, I told them what I wanted to do, and they're making it come true. So the Champs Camp is for people who are struggling. In my life, my past life, my mother was on drugs, and half of my family was on drugs, the other half was in church. So you know how it is. So I wanted to do something where I can make a difference in this community. So that's what the Champs Camp. So the Champs Camp is coming from a holistic standpoint, but more from a fitness training aspect is the lead. So I will be in there training and we're not calling them addicts. We're calling them contenders and journeymen. And then when you finish an 8 to 12 week program, you become the champion, and you get a championship belt. So you have something to hold on to, and then you get a chance to go to fights and sporting events with us, with all my celebrity sport events friends, like Willie Gold, John Starks, and the list goes on, Brandon Jacobs, and then that will be a part of your recovery reward, staying clean. So, they're coming as a journeyman, because in boxing, you become a journeyman until you become a contender. And then after a contender, you go to champion. So that's the concept.
I love it. Because you're a winner no matter what level you are, but we grow. So it looks to me that this is like a growth process. You can see how you're growing, how you get to the next level. And I'm always one of those people that say how I can help you, whatever you need, because I believe that we are champions. That's what we should do. We start at a certain level and then we get there. For you, tell us a little bit about how you grew up. Tell us about your beginning life before boxing.
Well, before boxing, I grew up a pretty balanced kid. So the best thing that ever happened to me, I always like to start the best thing first. My mother, she had me when she was 16. And, when I was 1 year old, she shipped me. Her and I moved to New York from Greenville, North Carolina. I think back then the population was 50,000, right? We moved there. My mother was young. And but every year from the age of 5 until the age of, I think, 16 or 17, she sent me down south with my grandparents. And sending me down south with my grandparents gave me a lot of balance and a lot of insight and a different outlook on life. So my grandparents, they was older. So it was church, on Sunday with the Elks Club, Saturday Elks Club, Sunday church, Monday through Friday it was the Boys and Girls Club. I got a chance to be a kid. I didn't grow up too fast. But when I went home, on the other hand, it was different. You know, I was being molested by my cousin on a frequent basis at 5 years old until about 8 years old. And I was violent. I mean, my mother never protected me. My aunts they never whipped their own kids, but they whipped me because they was taking their anger out on me. And that's how I felt, you know, because I used to see my cousin sitting there and I'm getting the beatings, you know, but I get it and then the whole thing about it, my cousin who did this to me, she wasn't even my blood cousin. She was my stepfather, or the man who proceeded to be my stepfather, because him and my mother never got married. That was my mother's first boyfriend when she moved to New York. And, you know, he was very abusive to her and I, and we was on the run a lot, you know. But the flip side is that in the 70s, a lot of people don't know, it was a lot of domestic violence abuse, right? We seen it all the time, and it was like a hush-hush thing. But I became a part of that. Even though I was a victim, as I got older, I became violent towards women, you know? And I never really identified with it until I got older and I started doing therapy and counseling. I realized that, wow, everything that I didn't want to be with my stepfather and my mother and all the other people around me, I became. And then I was selling drugs at 11 years old. I was in a crack house selling drugs at 11 years old, fifth grade, you know, and I did that all the way until I got to high school. And then when I got in college, I even sold drugs in college. And then when I started boxing, my life just changed, you know. And I was very fortunate never to get arrested. And I also had my own business at the age of 21. So even though I did those things, I didn't know what I was doing. I mean, I wasn't making no Nicky Barnes money. I'll call it sneaker money. You know, $1,000 a week is a lot of money for a 12-year-old or a 16-year-old, you know. So, but the whole thing about it was that my mother, you know, she has to if I look at her, it's hard to blame her because she didn't have the support. She was out of 8 or 9 kids, and she was like the second to last. And she'd been through a lot of trauma in her life. So how can she tell me anything, you know? When I started making money, I made my first $1 million in 1998. I went to my mother and my wife at the time. I said, "Here, I got a couple $100,000. What do you want to do?" They said, "Whatever you want to do with it." You know, so they was limited. And not just limited financially, but limited in information. So my mother, she couldn't protect me because she never was protected. And it's sad, like I love my mother to death, but the worst thing I had to ever do was disconnect from my moms. And I'm in love with my moms, but I know that she's no good for me, you know? And, you know, so that part right there, and I had to make some changes for myself to be a better person because I have 6 daughters. And, you know, you reap what you sow. You know, karma, it doesn't discriminate. So, you know, I have kids to go through stuff and domestic stuff, and I have to, you know, kind of be supportive there for them and try to be just, you know, I really try to be the supportive father that they need, and not somebody that criticizes and who's critical with them.
I love it. You had a very difficult life. And I just have some questions for you because I think that other people have some questions. And so I wanted to just address them. For you being abused, did you ever tell anybody what was going on between you and your cousin?
Well, I did an article in Deadspin last year, and I had a friend named Craig who's my best friend. And the reporter asked him, "Did Monty ever tell you about his abuse?" And his answer was, "Where we come from, the age we've come up is shut your mouth, don't say nothing. You know, you keep quiet." So like now, like this platform now, like if you look at my daughter, Gabrielle, she's 7, she would tell me anything, right? But back then it was hush hush. So a lot of people, I'm trying to explain, give you a clear view. It's like, it's a family secret, mind your business, don't say nothing, you know? And honestly, I didn't realize it. I knew something deep within me. I just didn't know what it was. And one time in 2004 or 5, I was watching an Antoine Fisher story, the movie. And and when he was getting molested by his sister, his whatever, the sister, the adopted sister, I just bust out crying like a big baby. And I was dating my girlfriend. I'm a boxer. I'm in prime time right now. I'm getting it. And she looked at me like, "What's wrong with you?" And I was like, I was molested. And I said, everything just came back like it happened yesterday. And I was in chills. I was sweating. I was crazy. And I called my Aunt Ruby, and I said, "Aunt Ruby," I said, when I was younger, Joyce molested me, her daughter. And she said, "What?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "She molested me for many years. She's my babysitter. We lived in your grandmother's house, behind your grandmother's your mother's house. She said, right me there." My aunt started crying. She said, "Monte," she said, "I am so sorry that you have experienced that and Joyce did that to you." She said, "That's probably a reason she probably shot herself in the head with a shotgun." She said, "Not only the drugs, but the guilt, because she wound up killing herself and shooting herself in the head with a shotgun many years later, but she was my babysitter, and I was also, at her house, during the summers with my aunt."
I tell people all the time that our males get abused. We have to look out for our boys as well. It's not just our girls, it's also our boys. And do you think that anybody could have done anything to prevent that from happening to you? What do you think parents could have done?
I think that, in hindsight, my mother, she was the only one who could have protected me, because it's just the way she brought me up. Just think of this. You're coming from a town of 30 to 50,000 people into the Big Apple. It's very intimidating. She's hustling, bustling. She's 16. The first man she meets off the bus is my stepfather, who's an abusive man. He used to beat the crap out of me and my mother. So the only person I think who could have saved me didn't know how to save me. So how could she save me when she was dealing with abuse? Like, my mother was very promiscuous. Used to be 2-3 guys coming in and out the house a week. I beat a couple of her boyfriends up as I got bigger, because when I got bigger, I was a different guy. I was involved in drugs. I had guns in the house. I was ruthless for a little kid. Even though I was well mannered because of my grandparents, I had that balance. Like, I had a great charm. But at the same time, when I went in, I went in. I had some legendary fights in my neighborhood. Because back then, it wasn't guns involved. It was just, you fight and you're friends the next day, So the person who could have saved me would have been my mother.
So I think it's important for parents to understand that this is definitely going on and that they have to pay attention to what's going on with their children. You can't just assume that they're safe, that the babysitter is safe, that the teacher, the coach, the priest, the pastor, that people are hurting our children. And sometimes it's young children as well.
The funny thing is that when I did the story and I put it on Facebook, I had probably around 50 to 60 people. Some I knew that I grew up with from grade school, and some I didn't know. And one of my good friends, I can't say his name, but he confided in me, and he said to me, "Listen," he said, "the 6th grade, we had a teacher named Mr. Dees. He was gay, right?" He said Mr. Dees molested him all throughout the year in 6th grade. That could have been me, but when predators prey they prey on kids, vulnerable kids, right? They know who's the victim and who they can get away with, right? And Mr. Dees was a hands-on teacher. He used to beat us up when we got out of whack. Back then the teachers can beat you up and you won't get in trouble. He got his jobs. We used to go to his house. He was like a big uncle to us. But that could have been me. And I had so many friends, and that I know, at least 10 to 11 friends that I personally know, that women and men that told me that happened to them. One of the young ladies told me I gave her enough heart to write a letter to her uncle who took advantage of her at 5 years old. And he told her that was the best sex he ever had when she was 5 years old. And he was around 16, 17 then. So it's a lot of stuff that goes swept under the rug because of family, you know, you don't want to just dishonor your family. But I'm learning in life that family it goes way beyond blood. It goes by loyalty and honor and respect. So that's what I'm learning every day.
It does, and I honor you in this moment for sharing your story. I honor you for actually coming forward and saying I was molested too, because people need to see that somebody else can come forward, that they have the strength to come forward. That is so important because people need to know they're not alone, right? If 20% of children before the age of 8 are molested, that's a lot of little kids that are being hurt and abused. And we have to come forward and do something, share our story, if possible, with the next person that's struggling, not necessarily on this large platform that you and I chose. And it's important. And for me, I always feel good, and it's crazy the way I feel when somebody say, I suppressed it for all these years, and then it came back. Because people love to say, how can you forget something that happened to you? How can you forget something horrific or like sexual assault or molestation or incest? It's like you suppress it. You don't want to think about that. You move on from it. And so it's very common for survivors to say, I did not remember. I suppressed it. And when it came back, it was like, whoa, it was a lot.
Yeah, well, Sugar Ray Leonard came out last year and said that he was molested, and that was big. But I'm surprised. I felt like it was just swept under the rug. This is Sugar Ray Leonard. You know what I'm saying? He might not have the feel like he did, but he didn't. He came out and told. It was a small interview he did, and I agree 100% of what you said because I went when I think I was 19 years old. I went into the service. I was going to be a Marine, and I got injured, and they told me that I dislocated my shoulder. They said, "Well, you can still finish, but you probably won't finish with the class because you have to go to therapy. You got to da. And I could have stayed and finished with the next class, or I told him, I said, I just wanted to go. I was homesick. My girlfriend was having a baby. We wanted to get married, but the whole thing was that I forgot all about that. Like I suppressed it. Like I forgot all about it. And then one day I was watching something. I was like, wow. I said, I forgot all about it. I was in a boot camp in Paris Island for 21 days. You know what I'm saying? So you can suppress things because it's something that you detach from that either bothers you or it really hinders you as your spirit. And I think that for me, basically, it always existed, but who am I going to talk to? I'm Monte. I'm in the street. I'm selling drugs at 11 years old. I'm the guy who banging on everybody in the streets as far as fighting. Like, I ran a business, construction business, getting people jobs. Who am I going to say and say, oh, by the way, I was molested when I was 5 years old, and I got molested for 3 years. Like, how can I be vulnerable and tell that to anybody? I can't, I just suppressed it. Who I'm gonna share it with? My aunts was very mean to me. My cousins, my mother left me with my cousins, and my cousins who's older than me had me selling drugs for them. I'm 11 years old. What am I doing in the crack house selling crack? And this is 80, 84, 85. So think about it.
I want to get the nerd in me is like screaming and come out. So I always talk about the limbic system because people need to know what's going on with them. So I explained the limbic system is the part of your brain that suppresses your memories. This is where it protects you. So when you're thinking about sexual assault and all this trauma, your body just goes crazy. Your blood pressure gets high. You're stressed out. Anxiety is popping at you. And so your brain has a way of suppressing this memory to say, hey, we got to let this go because this person is experiencing anxiety and stress and depression and all this. Right. And so our brain protects us. Right. And I want people to understand that this is normal. So when you come forward and say, this happened to me, I didn't remember, it is very normal to experience this. And me and Monty both have experienced suppressed memories. So don't feel like you're alone. I think that's really important for people to understand. And that's just the nerdy side of me. I had to go and research it to figure out what happened. Like, how can I forget something?
So basically, my mother, my stepfather, he passed away when I came here in February. And it was really chaotic because my sister and I was supposed to split the house. She didn't want to do it, so my mother could have been, she could have, been a referee and figure things out. So my mother would just, she went back to her old habits. Like when I don't know if she's getting high now, but when she was getting high, she started really just, catering off some negative, nasty energy and saying things to me and my wife. And then at that point, she called my cousin, the one who raped me. It's her younger sister. She called her and said, "Oh, Monte is got this article out." I sent her the article, so I put the article out. And I didn't really say anything bad about my mother. What was the truth? Was she got high? My mother goes on Facebook and say, "Monte, you know you're lying. You know you've never been molested. Why don't you tell all these people about all the people you killed?" What? She's gaslighting now, right? Now she's taking the and like if you read the article, I never really say anything bad about my mother. You know what I'm saying? But the point of her saying, I never killed anybody. I fought in the street. I did things I'm not proud of, but I never killed anybody. And like she would say mean things to me, like she told my ex-girlfriend and my sister, "I had a dream one of my kids died. I hope it's Monte." Like some of the stuff you say, and I have to be forgiving because I have a soft heart. That's installed in me from my grandparents, right? They always treated me to be mannered. It has a mannerism, respect your elders. So I always have I understand that people are going to be people, but that's still my mother. But at some point, I have to draw a line for my own safety and my own peace. And that's the most important part that people don't realize. If you don't have safety and you don't have peace within yourself, you can't move on. My wife can tell you, I'm a flight. Like she's a fight person, I'm a flight. When I feel like I'm getting overwhelmed, I just want to be out because I feel like let me get out. That's my protection. So
I love that you shared about your mom. And the reason being is because a lot of survivors talk about how their family treat them after disclosing. And it's one of the most horrific things. And to have to make the decision between your peace, your happiness, right, your sanity between your family is really hard to do. You have done that. And I think that's a great example for a lot of the survivors that follow us to see that sometimes you have to separate from your family and they're not going to support you, right? And be okay with that and still continue to heal. And I applaud you in that because it is truly important.
Right.
I have some comments for you. Warren said he applaud you, your bravery. He said, "I applaud your bravery, man, and thanks for leading the kids."
Thank you. Thank you.
Tanika said, "That's what family tells you to do when they know you have been molested, to keep it a secret, and that's wrong." We see that all the time. And thank you, Tanika. And she also wanted to thank you for sharing your story and said that you are truly a champion. And I totally agree.
I thank you. I think there's a champion in all of us.
There's a champion in all of us. Yeah. And Tanika, she's been on the show. She's a survivor and she's definitely a champion too. So I thank her for always supporting and sharing her story.
Yes.
Favorite
absolutely.
cousin said that this is an amazing story. I agree with you, cousin. Jasmine said 100. She rocking with you.
All right.
And Janet said, "Amen." She agrees with what you're saying, and I agree.
Agreement. Yeah.
So thank you, Janet. So you got some comments. You got people that's following you, and a lot of survivors that are on listening, and I think that that's important. How did you start boxing? How did you go from selling drugs to being a little baby gangster? Right? You said 11. That's what I call them baby gangsters that turn into dope gangsters, and all of that. How did you get to boxing?
So I used to have these legendary fights in the street. So when I started boxing, people was like, that's perfect for him, because I had a lot of frustration and anger. And I've been fighting that 5-year-old kid since that 5-year-old kid has been showing up in me since I was, even now. I'm not going to act like he's gone because he's not, I still deal with issues as far as insecurity, as far as not feeling protected. I'm 50 years old and I still deal with those things. So how I started boxing was I was in college, I was playing football, Eddie Robinson at the time from Grambling University was going to give me a scholarship. I had East Carolina University, Southern Miss, and USC, and I think Rutgers. I had like 5, 6 letters from, and I was All American, All City, All Queens in John Adams High School. We won the city championship undefeated. So I was popping, I was like, all right, this is my ticket out of here, I'm gonna do this football stuff. And then I got into football, and they dropped the program at Westchester Community College, where I was going. And I was living off campus, me and a few football buddies who was renting a house. And I met this man named Pops, the old man. He passed away in 2017. His name was Abraham Davis. He was 102 when he passed away. He was born 1914. Oh, right? But he has so much wisdom. And he kind of took me on his rope, on his wing, and he showed me his ropes. He showed me how to become a fighter. But he told me one day I was running and I did a backflip. He was like, boy, he said, I don't know if you can fight or take a punch, but you still got some good mechanics to be a good athlete. And he believed in me. I always was very confident about my who I am. And things just kind of took off. I fought in these tournaments, these amateur tournaments. I was winning everything. I wanted to be in Fighter of the Year in New York in 90, and I think that was in 95, 96. I was made to the Olympics at the Atlanta Olympics, and I lost in the Olympic trials. I turned pro in 96, and then 98, I signed my first 7-figure deal. But I fought HBO, Showtime, pay-per-view, ESPN, Fox Sports. I fought all over. I've been all around the country, 21 different countries. I've traveled a lot, met a lot of people. I've had such an amazing life. Like, if I was to drop dead right tomorrow, today, I have experienced a full life. I traveled the world before this COVID stuff happened. I'm grateful for that. And so boxing was like second nature for me. It was a part of me of, I already had the anger in me to fight, because you have to have something. So like, you have to have like a little monster in developing you. So I had that already. Then I had to be teachable. And I had that from my grandparents. I knew how to follow instructions from football, playing team sports. I ran track and played football in high school and college. So I had that. So I had the athleticism and I had the discipline. And now all I had to have somebody was believe in me to pour it into me and teach me. And that's where Pops came from. Him, Jimmy Glenn, they poured into me and they taught me how to be a fighter. And when I was an amateur, I was 37-3 with 24 knockouts, 25 knockouts. I was really good as an amateur, and then life just took off and went in a whole different direction. And football wasn't even a thought no more.
How did you still go to school? So that's what I am impressed with, is the fact that your mom was on drugs. You didn't have as much supervision or guidance, but you were still going to school, right? And doing all the things that you could possibly do on the outside, and then you get into boxing. What made you stay?
Well, my mother was a functional drug addict, because back before, my mother didn't do crack, she sniffed coke. Okay. So she wasn't like all my cousins and all my family members was on crack. Before crack was freebasing. Remember, like in 83, 84, it's called freebasing. When 85 came, crack came, forget about it. They was doing the Janet Jackson control dance and taking all your TVs. But,
that's what they did, yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So my mother was functional. She was a good woman. She was a good provider, but she just got lost. So this is how I stayed in the line of doing the right thing. Right. I always had this vision that I was always going to be somebody. That was first and foremost. I always believed that I was going to be big. I didn't know what I was going to be big, what I was going to be doing, but I knew I was going to be doing something. Then I had 2 friends. I had 3 friends that I grew up that had two-parent household. My childhood friend Craig, from 4th grade until now present, he had a mother and a father and a sister, and they had a 2-parent household. So he gave me hope. His mother used to give me structure. I used to stay over there all the time. Nobody knew what's going on in my house because you don't talk about that.
Talk about it, yeah.
Right. You just go back home like you're supposed to before the lights get out, before street lights cut out, so you don't get your butt whipped. But as I got older, then I was in the streets all the time. But then when I was in high school, I had 2 friends. I had a friend named Brian Backus. He had a mother and a father, and they was, good people. And then I had another friend, Arthur Dennis. He had a mother and a father, and they was really good people. So those are the people that I leaned on, you know. So I had a support system in them more so than at home. So that's how I really kind of stayed the course. I stayed the course because of the support. Because I used to go, they used to let me in the house. They used to feed me. They used to, I used to spend the night over there, and it was good, and it was escape away from the streets and escape away from home. And in 1986, I was in a major car accident, and I was in a coma for a month. And I had 100 stitches in my ear. I had a punctured lung. I had broken ribs. I had a hole in my chest. I had certain tubes, and some stranger pulled me out the car. My cousin was driving drunk, and he hit a drunk driver in Far Rockaway, New York, Queens. And the guy didn't know if the car was going to blow up. So some guy had the angel. He pulled me out the car, and they didn't know if the car was going to blow up, but he just disappeared. And nobody could never find the guy again. But my cousin called my mother and said, "Aunt Purcell, I just killed Monte," and hung up the phone. So nobody knows where I am. They just know that I'm in a car accident. So I survived that. I survived some. That was really like a life-changing event because I went from weighing 200 pounds to 160 something pounds because for a month I was just, I wasn't eating. So, my thing is that I think God had a calling over my life, and I've always been the type of person that always believed that there is something better for me, even here in Colombia.
You have survived a lot, right? And you are proof that it is important that we provide for children as a community, right? Because I had the same experience too. My friend Marie, her mom and dad, Mr. and Mr. Shirley, they are amazing. They took me and I used to stay the night at their house and eat. Like they had lamb. Like I used to eat good at their house.
Right.
But a community is important. It is important that the children that are around us are surrounded with love and encouraging them to continue to go to school and give them hope. That's who gave you hope. It was your community. And I think that is priceless. And I love them just because the way that they loved you. And that's the example that we have to be for our children in our community. Reach out and love on them, even when they're going through some things and they're considered bad. Always say, there's a reason why children are considered bad. Something. You got to talk to them to find out what's going on and why they have the behavior problems, because it's not necessarily that they're just wilding out. Something has happened that has got them on this path.
Yeah, life is a little bit more different now because with this generation, it's a little harder for me because I just feel like with the kids, they don't have, they're not connected to reality. Everything is social media. Everything is so many ways. It's like 100 ways to call my kids. They text me for Father's Day. They FaceTime. They messaging me like, just pick up the phone and, "Hi, Dad, how are you doing?" They got so many ways of, and I think they lost the part about connecting.
I don't give them a choice.
I think a lot of us have even with our phones. Like I see myself or my wife, we'd be eating and we got the phone in our hand. Like we just like so disconnected from ourselves because we're trying to stay connected to everything else that's not important. And it's very important to check up on people. Before I moved here, I used to go to CBC, Community Baptist Church, and we had a thing called Men's Empowerment. And that was one of the best tools that I had because every Saturday at 9 o'clock, it started with 10 men. And when I left before COVID happened, it was around 75 men. They used to just come and we used to talk. The pastor would talk to us and we do group sessions and we hug each other, we shake hands, and we support each other because as men, we were taught to mind our business and stay in our lane. You women, you come together, you form a Me Too movement, you form movements. Y'all got a different vibe. Like y'all stick together. You could, like my wife and me and you could fall out. You and my wife used to be friends 20 years later. Hey, what's up, girl? You know what I'm saying? But that's how it is. And men be in the back lane, don't know what's going on. So it's very important for men. There's a lot of men dealing out there with abuse. I believe there's a lot of athletes that's been physically, emotionally, and mentally abused, and they probably have suppressed it, or they probably just don't have the courage to talk about it. because they're on top of the world. You know, why do that?
I agree with you. At the bottom of the screen, www.onein6.org is running across. That is an amazing organization for men. Statistically, 1 in 6 men have been abused sexually, right? I think it's higher because people don't tell, period. Men don't tell. So I believe that it's more than 1 in 6, but that is a great resource for men. And I think it's important. You mentioned church. One thing we have in common is that we're both members of Agape Worship Center in Columbia, South Carolina. So shout out to Bishop Collins. He was absolutely amazing. How has your faith helped you as a survivor?
Well, the funny thing is about faith is that in 2004, I went to Africa on a spiritual revival, and it kind of changed my whole perspective about, you know, our society as far as the way we worship, you know, and it just built my faith to have a stronger character. Like, you know, I didn't know what faith was when it was just a word when I was younger. I didn't really start exercising my faith until I was in my mid-30s. You know, I mean, that's kind of deep. You know, when you think about it, 35, 36, 37, when I met my wife, I started learning a little bit about repenting, about forgiving, about faith, because I basically knew it, but I wasn't introduced to it. You know, you speak the word, but I wasn't the word. So every day I'm encouraged to walk by faith and not by sight. Every day I know that I believe God has this amazing plans for me. I feel like I'm one of his favorite children. And if you don't feel like that, you're in the wrong
I am too.
Like, and I'm like, yeah, I'm God's favorite. Like, look what he's doing. He's making a masterpiece of me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's not. And somebody said, oh, you're being a little arrogant. No, if you don't have a filled relationship and you don't feel like God is like you're one of the favorite children of His, then you're in a wrong relationship. You better find somebody else or get a deeper connection. And I also feel like the faith aspect is so hard to embrace, but every day it's a work in progress, right? So when we see something, it is what we see. Who said it's not anything different? But we have to learn to live in it now. I can't undo the past. I can't get to my future. But the most important thing that's going on is right now. I'm over here talking, but I'm not talking about here. You know, this pastor always say, I'm over here talking, but I ain't talking about here. And I was like, all right, but it's true. But so my faith is being developed every day in different parts of my life.
I think our faith get tested. So I grew up in the church. My mom is a minister, right? Minister Dunn, she's a minister.
Yeah, she is.
And I always heard about faith, right? But until you're older as an adult, and when you start exercising it and really trying to believe in those things that are not seen, it makes more sense.
Right.
You don't understand it until you really get a relationship with God and learning more about yourself and start healing. When you start healing and being transparent and coming forward and talking about the hurts and the pains that you have, your faith changed, how you view life changed. I live into today. I want to be the best, amazing Vanessa that I can today, right? I don't worry about my past. And so I absolutely love what you said. And our faith help us get through this to a whole nother level. Our relationship with God helps us.
It absolutely does. I mean, I started 8 years ago when I retired in 2014, I think of April. I fought those teas. I got stopped. I still was getting offered good money, but I was like, you know what? I got a daughter on the way. My wife just found out we was pregnant. I was like, I want to be able to hear. I want to be here to be able to, have a great relationship with my daughter and be in one piece. So I was on this journey. I said, my wife, she kind of, already poured into me when I met her, how to repent, confess, forgive, blah, blah, blah. So I just started meditating and praying every day until today. So, and what happened was doing that faith walk, because it was a faith walk. I used to wake up every morning and spend 30 minutes to an hour just praying and meditating, reading scriptures and reading blogs. And I did that. And then at some point I started falling off, because, you get used to the routine. And then you're not being effective because, you're just reading the word and you're being you're being a hypocrite, and so your faith get challenged, and then you start saying, what am I doing? And the only person who can point at is yourself, because the only person who can make a difference on you changing your life is you first, and your relationship with God, right? So then, faith is such a tricky thing for me, because I know that I'm nothing without it. I'm nothing without God. It's hard. It's hard for me to grasp, even not being in a space where I'm sharing personal space with Christ. Because if I'm not, I feel like it's 24 hours in a day. What is 1 hour going to do? And that's still nothing. I got 23 hours left. That's why I try to manifest it. I pray on a daily basis 4, 5, 6 times. Sometimes I just go for 5, 10 minutes telling God I love him. I love you, God. I love you, Jesus. I love you. I love you. And to myself. Sometimes I say it out loud, but I'm just saying I owe that much to him, to give him that time in a personal relationship. And I tell anybody, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And this world is here for us to devour into our flesh, into the things we want and the things we think we need. But the true thing we really need is Christ Jesus. And the true thing we really need to walk on is our faith, and not by sight. Because trust me, it can be gone in 1 second. It could be over.
I love it. And that's what sustains you.
Yes.
Because when we hear your story, and we haven't really heard all of your story, right? We just heard a portion of your story and how you survived just growing up in New York. Like, you have one of those stories that could be a movie. And it's your faith that keeps you moving. It's your relationship with God. And I think it's important for us to share how we heal and some of the things that we do to get to the next level. And so I thank you for sharing that and actually being so transparent.
Thank you. I really appreciate you for having me. I mean, you're like a part of the family. Well, we are like family, because your mother has really poured into Gabby over the summer, and we are like family now. And I appreciate you for, having me on your platform. And hopefully we can have help somebody to identify with this, or give somebody some courage or strength to say, you know what, there is life afterwards, and and hold on to their faith and build a relationship with Christ.
Indeed, indeed. And that's my goal, is always to help others. At the bottom of the screen, it's scrolling comfortingthestorm.org. That is an amazing organization where the parents are Richard and Kathy Butler. Their children have been through molestation and the struggle, the justice system, trying to figure out how to help their children. I recommend them highly if you are dealing with anything with your children. You want more information on how to work with your children through molestation. Comfortingthestorm.org is an amazing organization. The next one, like I said, was 1in6.org. If you are a male dealing with this, struggling with it, or just want more information, you're inquisitive, 1in6.org is an amazing website to go and get information and get counseling. And as always, Hush No More, we provide free counseling, absolutely free. If you're dealing with this, dealing with any of the Hush topics, we're here to support you, because it is important that we look at those in our community and help them. Janet said, thank you, brother, for telling your story. She also said that as an example that you gave for hope, and we are living epistles read by all men. The Bible is very important. It is important to be able to look at our faith. Hollow Art said that this is a great story. Great job by both of us. 100. So he gave us our props. My mom, Geneva, she said, thanks for sharing. I'm here supporting you, because it's very important. So she's here. And Freddie said, great story and amazing young man. I agree with him. That's my dad. So my mom and dad are here watching you too, and supporting you through this process, because we know it's a big deal, and we know that a lot of people struggle with it. Before we leave, is there anything that you want to share? Any last words that you didn't get to while we were talking?
Well, I just think about, to try not to focus so much on, and I'm working on this every day, of the hurt, but focus on the healing. How does that look for you? How does healing look for you? And if that's a good place where you want to be, then that's your new goal. And to live in the now. We can't change the past, and we can't worry about the future, but we can live in the now, which is the most important thing.
Indeed, indeed. the now and the today. How can people get in contact with you? I have it at the bottom of the screen, but how would you like them to contact you if they want to be part of Champs Camp, if they want to be work out with you, they want to be part of that?
Yeah, well, they can email me at barrettvipgroup@gmail.com, or they can send me a request on Facebook, Monty Barrett, or on Instagram, barrettvip, Barrett VIP Group on Instagram.
I love it. So you
So
are
I'm around.
And what I love is that you're so approachable. You don't take this road of I am a champion, don't talk to me.
No.
You take the road of I am a champion. How can I make you be a champion too?
Yeah,
I love that.
I thank you, but I always had this humble approach. Like a lot of people say, you don't exercise, who you are. But I said, it doesn't matter who I beat up. It doesn't matter what I did. What am I doing now? Who am I helping now? Okay, it's good. Yeah, I have a platform with boxing. I've done some amazing things. I helped a lot of people, but I want to be relevant now. I don't want to be relevant yesterday, the day before. I want to be able to help people now. I want to keep on going on my journey. My journey is about closing the gap and helping people. And I'm what Jesus came. He didn't come to be served. He came to serve. I'm here to serve.
You're here to serve, and you're doing that. And I applaud you. I'm humble as well to even be able to have this conversation with you. I'm feeling like just the coolest person.
Oh wow!
Like,
tell my wife that.
Yeah, I would tell her that too. But I just always felt love from you. Like you love people. You want to help people, and I want people to really understand that. That's what I get from you when I just have a conversation. You was like, "How can I help? Oh, how you can help?" Like people don't ask me help.
We talked about this a long time ago. A lot of people don't like to say that. Like, you need anything? How can I help you? They don't like to say those things. And me, and I'm like, I don't know if you ever seen The Jerk by Dean Martin.
I have.
And you see, like, that's the type of person I am. That's why I got to give my wife my money, because you'll be like, my private plane, one of the chairs broken. I can write you a check. How much is it? Like, you tell me about a private plane and your chair broken. I'm writing you a check for get it fixed. But all that to say is that I'm about love. I'm about help.
Mm-hmm. You are about love. You are genuine, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming on the show just to share your story. And there are a lot of men and children that could be motivated by you just through your journey. And you taught me that you don't have to get up. You don't have to give up. People complain about their life. Then you hear somebody else's story, you be like, man, I need to shut up, because I have not experienced nearly as much as you have. And so what do I have to really complain about? There are people that are struggling today, that are still dealing with addiction, that are having very hard lives. And I thank God for where I am and to see what my journey is. And my journey sucked. I've had some bad things, but I had some amazing things. And I'm not where I was yesterday, and so I'm thankful for that. And you really inspire hope for me to just say, Vanessa, man, we got this. It really wasn't all that bad. You got it. So thank you for sharing. I think that's very important.
Thank you.
So thank you. All right, you have heard from the amazing former heavyweight boxing champion, Monte Barrett. He's also a Hall of Famer inductee. I'm so proud of him. He has been amazing. One of the things that I'm taking away from this is that children are really being abused. We have to watch out for our children, our grandchildren, our nieces, our nephews, our cousins. Pay attention to them. Provide resources for them. When people come forward and tell you that they're being abused, don't judge them. Love them. Support them like his aunt did. She supported him and really felt heartfelt concern and love for him when she came to disclose. It happens. 1 in 10 children are abused before the age of 18. 20% of those are before the age of 8. So we're looking at 5-year-olds, 4-year-olds. I have cases with 18-month-olds. So it's real. Watch out for our children. If you are a male that is dealing with this, 1in6.org is an amazing organization. You are not alone. You are not alone. And you can also reach out to Monty. He will talk to you if you just want to talk about how you can get through this. You just want another male to get another opinion, right? That is so important, and he's available. So comfortingthestorm.org is an amazing organization, and 1in6.org are also amazing organizations. And you can always reach out to hushnomore.org we are here for you. We have reached 3 years for Hush No More. It was our anniversary this year. Thank you, everyone, for the congratulations, for coming out and partying with us this weekend. We are so thankful to be part of your community and being able to support you. On April the 2nd, we have a concealed weapon permit class that will be going on. I am a firm believer that you should know how to protect yourself, self-defense. Learn how to protect yourself and learn how to carry a weapon legally if you so choose. That will be in Columbia, South Carolina. April 30th, we have an amazing event at Benedict College Football Stadium called Stomp Out Crime. It's going to be a step show. We have Sub-Zero going to be on the, what is it called? The DJ. He's going to be the DJ on the Wheels of Steel. That's what we call it, the Wheels of Steel. We're going to have vendors, police organizations, resources, free food, and all different kind of things going out in our community so that you can find out what are the resources available. So if you are in Columbia, South Carolina, or in the state of South Carolina, come out on April 30th and join us. It's going to be a great event. And then I want you to save the date. October 15th, 2022 is going to be our domestic violence walk. And we are going to be walking in different communities all around the country. You can come out with us in Columbia. If you would like to do a walk in your local community and an organization, contact me so I could help you set up an organization for domestic violence walk. We can do it together. So always reach out. We are here if you need us. We provide absolutely free counseling, and we just want to show you some love. Thank you, Monty, for joining us. It has truly, truly been a pleasure, and I appreciate you. So peace and blessings to you, and I hope that all of you know that we are here to support you. Awareness plus knowledge equals prevention, and we will be here every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to give you more information with an amazing guest. Peace and blessings.
Closing remarks before we head out.
Y'all, please support the movement of CTR Media Network. I'm telling you, being a part of this amazing media family, I can't go wrong, right? They have the support. They support us in all that we do. We have questions. They take the time out to advise and mentor. So definitely check out the different plethora of shows that are on the network. I promise you, and I'm not saying this because I'm part of the family, but I promise you, you will be uplifted, inspired, educated, motivated, all the good stuff that we all need to carry ourselves out through the day. So definitely go check it out, y'all.
Awesome. I definitely appreciate it. We definitely appreciate it.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. You and I, my friend, we can count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. You and I, my friend, we can count to 10.
The world is hurting right now, and it's time to rise up. As we lift ourselves up in body, mind, and spirit, we can reach out to others and be a light in a sea of darkness. Welcome to the Movement for Global Health with your host, Dr. Mary Zenit.
We are good. Dr. Dolores Fazzino has dedicated her life to bridging the world of spirituality and wellness. She is a healer, a medical intuitive, and a visionary with over 40 years experience in healthcare. She earned a Doctor of Nursing practice in 2008 from Case Western University, one of the top nursing programs in the nation. Recognizing the many gaps in healthcare, Dr. Dolores Fazzino takes us beyond the mind-body paradigm and integrates spirituality in wellness. She is a highly talented and powerful coach and healer, and we are absolutely privileged to welcome her today.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mary. I so appreciate that, and Happy New Year to you and to your audience.
Yes.
It's been a ride, hasn't it?
We're fastened our seatbelts, and yep. But this is a perfect opportunity to really launch in the new year and be in alignment and stay grounded. But it sounds like this is a huge opportunity to spread our wings and in ways that I think we may have never thought possible.
Very true. And my tagline is healing in ways you never thought possible, which is interesting. And I love my tagline because how many times do each of us individually think that we have it all figured out and we got these blinders on and we're going down this path and we're missing what is possible that's the blinders are hiding. There's many ways to accomplish things. It's not just a one straight path. There's many times people get sick, and that's a given. We're human beings and our physical bodies and we nourish it and stuff like that. It's a beautiful alchemy of the mind, body, spirit, and it all working together. It's not compartmentalized and everything's in a separate box. And being in Western medicine and Western medicine trained myself, and I believe you are as well, Dr. Mary, is that we've been taught that things are in boxes and they don't communicate with each other. But that's not true. They do.
And is that what you mean when you say a glimpse of what to expect, healing that you never thought possible?
Exactly. And, I'm going to just share a very brief story. I'll try to make it very brief, but, believe it or not, I was on a trajectory as a young person to become a concert clarinetist. And in the 11th hour, I changed my, my educational track. And it was because my father, who had been ill for a very long time, and this goes back during the 1960s and 70s, before we had a lot of the advanced technology that we have today and all the medications and stuff, he ended up getting a hospital-acquired infection with a back surgery back in the 60s and had every so often he would just get very violently ill. And what was happening was when his immune system got compromised, his body would react and form abscesses in his abdominal cavity. So this went on for about 4 different times. And each time this happened, he was in the hospital for at least 2 months on his deathbed. And so my mother was not happy with what Western medicine was providing for her. And this is back in the 1970s at this time. So this is way before what we have today and what is even accepted more so today than ever. And so what happened was she ended up doing some reading. And at the time, the Google of the day was the National Enquirer. Okay. That was like where you got all your information because we didn't have electronic and all the Google searches that we have today. But they were featuring an article about a minister from Carroll, Michigan, who had the gift of laying on of hands. And at that time, in about 1975, he had been doing this type of work for over 25 years with a high success rate. In fact, he assisted his brother in healing from leukemia. So that's why they were featuring him. And my mom was fascinated by this and said, this is what we need to do. We need to get this man to come to see, your father. So of course, my dad, being the skeptic that he was, he should have been from Missouri, because you needed to show me what was going on. He said to my mom, only if the surgeon agrees. So at that time, my mother and father were both in the hospital. My dad was, an inpatient. The surgeon that they were working with was sitting at the nurse's station. So my mom went out to the nurse's station, and the surgeon was there, and she announced to the surgeon, I'm thinking about having a spiritual healer come in to assist my husband with his condition. Would that be okay? Surgeon's writing, didn't miss a beat, looked up at her and said, sure, that's fine. Those were the words that my mom needed. So my mom went back into my dad's room and shared that news. Not 10 minutes go by, Dr. Mary. My mom goes back out to that nurse's station, same surgeon sitting there. She announced to the surgeon, my husband agreed to have the spiritual healer to come to make a visit. He dropped his pen and looked up and said, what are you talking about? I never agreed to that. That's what I call a God moment, when there's like a opportunity for the spirit to come in to speak to somebody to do that. So of course, my mother didn't share that piece of the information with my father. And a month later, Reverend Holmes came to our humble little home in Connecticut. I grew up in Connecticut. I'm a New Englander, and I currently live in San Diego, and I've been here for the last 35 years. But anyway, so what happened was he came to our home, and at that time I was like 17, Junior and my brother and my two sisters and my two grandmothers were there. The minister was a very humble, but I loved his energy. I don't know how he knew this, but he looked at my father and said, one of your legs is shorter than the other, which we all knew because my dad used to wear a lift in his shoe, but he was barefooted in his slippers and no lifts or anything. So he had my father lift both his feet up, and you could tell that there was like a 1-inch gap when he put a book there. He had my dad lower his legs, and he said some prayers over my father, touched his belly, his solar plexus, basically in the top of his head, his crown chakra. And he said some prayers, and he had maybe 3 minutes pass. He said, now put both your legs up. And in that moment, both his legs were the same length. Now, you remember, my father was the skeptic. He needed to see something tangible so he could start believing.
Exactly.
And so he started bawling like a baby. And that's one of the 5 times that I probably saw him break down emotionally ever in my life. And at that time, I just knew that it was my initiation that what I was witnessing was something that I needed to share with the world, and also to integrate that into health and wellness. So it was a life changer, my initiation. And I knew from that point I needed to go into healthcare. And so I've dedicated my life to bridging what can be seen and what can't be seen, the physical with the spiritual, in order to offer hope and healing for people.
That is remarkable.
And the best part was, after that was complete, my father went back to the hospital and they ran studies. They showed no evidence of where he had the infection that he had back in the 60s. He never had to revisit that problem. And he actually passed away about 10 years ago at the age of 80.
Wow. And he had good quality of life?
Yep, absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. It's a miracle.
It was a miracle. I witnessed a miracle.
You witnessed a miracle. Exactly.
I did. And, just the way the universe orchestrated that through that one physician, giving the permission basically, and then having no recollection of it. I just crack up about that because I knew exactly what that was, like a God moment. Something happened on a bigger scheme that allowed it to line up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And so
that is remarkable.
Thank you, Dr. Mary. And when you're open to receiving that information and you follow through on it, this is where the miracles in life happen. It's learning how to trust that wisdom that we all have, that inner knowingness, that
And
voice
is that what
talks
you
to us.
mean? That inner knowingness?
Yep. Yeah. We all have intuitive abilities. We have been programmed in our world and society not to trust that, to give our power away to something outside of ourselves. Okay. And, we see this in healthcare a lot. And I could say this because I witnessed this personally and professionally, how people give their power away to, the physician because they think they know what they know. But you know what? You as an individual have lived in your Taj Mahal for your entire life. If you're tuned into what's going on and tuned into listening what your body is telling you, you could tell whether or not this is in alignment with what you need or not. And I think this is the missing piece in our health and wellness today. People weren't listening to that piece.
Well, and we live in a world where it's so noisy. It's very hard to disconnect so you can start getting in touch again with yourself, your own. But don't you see that it's like part of the work that you do? You're helping people to have that quiet time.
Exactly.
To begin to trust. I mean, the noise level is.
Yeah.
It's
very distracting. And, I don't know.
Extremely.
Yeah. And I don't know if you witnessed this too. We all lived through the whole COVID thing. I found it very interesting when COVID kind of began and went down, basically, where everything was on lockdown for the first 2 weeks. And people just, I'm going to preface this with, we've always been in motion.
Yes.
Constantly in motion, constantly distracted.
Yes.
Constantly thinking that in order to look like we're productive members of society, we have to be in doing mode all the time, which is pretty stressful. We know that when we're always trying to make something happen, you're in constant fight or flight, and you're in fight all the time.
That's right.
Okay, that's stress. That's a lot of stress. And, you can't keep moving in that direction without repercussions. And you and I both know this, that when you have stress and anxiety, your immune system gets compromised. When your immune system gets compromised, it's a setup for catching a lot of different things.
Absolutely. And it's like you said, it's doing, go, 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 go. But then what happened with COVID, but some people embraced the being.
Exactly. Yes.
Some of them embraced it. Oh, I need to shift. But then others succumbed to the fear. And so it's like going from one extreme to the other, and none of which is good for your immune system.
Absolutely. And, to add to that too, it was interesting. My observation was is that some people just couldn't be by themselves.
Right.
They needed to be distracted. So to me, that was really telling, because it's like, it's about having a relationship with ourselves. And I always tell this to my clients, is that, the longest relationship you're ever going to have in your life, believe it or not, is the one with yourself.
That's right.
And it's just like, and how's that going? It's just like, how are you treating it? Are you treating it like your best friend, or are you beating the hell out of it, trying to, keep up with everybody and everything that's on the outside? Or are you coming within and loving and nurturing and being your own advocate? It's extreme self-care, but it's a necessity. It's the foundational piece that's going to allow people to thrive and move beyond surviving.
It really is. It really is. And I don't think so, we got out of that COVID phase, but there's still a tremendous amount of residual.
There's a lot of fear.
Scarring. Oh, yes.
There's a lot of fear still. Yeah.
So the people you're working with, you're doing all you can to empower them.
Absolutely.
To embrace themselves.
Absolutely. And the thing is that there's no bypass. Okay, there's no magic pill to take. You have to be brave and courageous and take a step into it and claim your power.
Exactly.
It's your sovereign right as a human being. And the thing is, so many of us have just given away to, you know, things outside of ourselves. And it's kind of interesting now to look at, you know, I'm still in the healthcare industry. I assist in surgery as an assistant surgeon, but I also have my coaching practice and stuff like that because I like to keep a foot into that world just to observe
Absolutely.
and to assist in any way that I can with people and empowering them to take their power back. And I've seen a lot of people, you talk about the great resignation. A lot of people have decided to take their power back and just decided that enough is enough. I can't be going in this direction anymore. It's no longer aligned with who I am. I'm not being respected, valued, or appreciated for what I bring to the table. So they're out of there. And I don't blame them. I say, bravo, good for you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that is true, validating yourself.
Absolutely.
And you know what? We're all born with a mission and a purpose and things, gifts that we have. And no two of us have the same gifts.
Absolutely. And that's what makes it so delicious and wonderful because what's going to work for one person may not work for somebody else. That's why it's great to have all these choices. And it's about us individually learning how to tap into what we're leaning into and interested in, because that's a hint that maybe that's where we need to go. So it's teaching people how to embrace that intuition, that intuitive part of themselves to make the right choices for them, not for everybody else, but for them individually.
And is that part of what you mean by trusting your inner wisdom?
Absolutely, Dr. Mary. Absolutely. Yeah. Because we have been told, oh, that's just airy fairy and it's not, realistic. It's not evidence-based. It's evidence-based for me. You know, and I've been in a world where they really practice Western medicine, everything is perfect the way it is. Everything has its good things and its not so good things. And the thing is that when people, it's just information. It's like, it's about you aligning with what feels right for you.
Exactly.
It's about feeling too. We've also, have learned how to intellectualize our emotions, keep them way up in our head and think about it instead of actually being in your physical body and experiencing them.
I want to talk more about that because you talk about embracing all your emotions.
Yes.
And now I want to share so that people, because I know some people say, well, I can easily get derailed by my emotions. So how do I embrace all of our emotions?
I'm just going to elaborate on just emotions before I really get into the meat and potatoes of this, Dr. Mary, because I think this is important. Emotions have been given a bad rap in our society. We have been told from an early age, don't feel. I know I grew up in a household where my mom's MO was ignore it, it'll go away. And it never went away because energetically it never was experienced. So it's still lingering. So I think a lot of times when people have PTSD, this is what's happened. It's like the fear or whatever has been locked away in a time and a place.
Wow.
Now, fast forwarding to now is that sometimes we get triggered and things come up, and sometimes it's not the pleasant things you want to be experiencing. I encourage people in your audience to experiment with this. Okay. So that emotion is part of who you are and an experience. Instead of trying to stuff it away, put it in a box and put it on a shelf and save it for later or ignore it or whatever, I embrace you to take it out of the box and just embrace it and love it like your favorite pet, your favorite child, your favorite grandchild, your favorite thing. Just love it up because it's a part of you that wants to come back to home to be reintegrated with you. It's very shamanic in its aspect, okay? Because it's calling back parts of yourself so it could be reintegrated within yourself. So number one, you become more complete and whole within yourself, and you're more present in your body.
So you're saying don't put a lid on it, don't put the covers on it, and don't pretend. Don't pretend everything's fine when it's not.
Exactly.
When it's not.
People, when people, for me, I could tell looking at somebody what's going on. That's just one of my gifts as a medical intuitive. And it's just like, it's all feel. For me as a medical intuitive, I'm very fluid in reading energy. So it's like you're able to feel and sense what's going on and give them insight as to, have you ever considered this? And, I've noticed this, what's going on? And all of a sudden the tears come, because it's like, it's been it's been identified. I wouldn't say labeled, identified.
Right.
And now they could do something with it because it's like, it's an unconscious thing that's driving a person to do things. And what's beautiful of what's happening in this moment of time is that the unconscious is becoming conscious. Okay. A lot of light is being shown onto our planet. So we're seeing all the stuff that's been covert and hidden, individually, but also globally, as what's happening in governments and, the things that have been going on for eons. The big beacon of light is shining in. So once the light is shining in, it can't hide anymore. The good thing is now we have a choice and we could do something about it, clean it up and move forward.
Yes. It's profound. It's a profound moment in history. It really is.
And we're all here witnessing it and experiencing it.
Yeah, and you know what? We're supposed to be here.
Absolutely.
Because I hear people say, this is because it is challenging. We're evolving. So of course, every aspect of our life, there's like an old part and a new part. There's a lot of, how would you say, stepping outside our comfort zones.
Oh, without a doubt, Dr. Mary, it's really about, it's like you're on the fringes of your comfort zone. And, for those who are brave of heart, I invite you to take a dive into it. For others, it might be just stick your toe in. It's okay. But it's just like, it's like, be courageous, be brave. We chose to be here at this time. And the thing is that, people are like, oh no, well, yes, it was a choice, believe it or not. Before we incarnated, we made that choice to be here. And I shake my hand at the universe sometimes saying, what was I thinking?
What? But then you know what? I hear some other courageous souls saying, I wouldn't miss a moment. And believe me, the circumstances are not easy. The life is not easy, but they say, I would not miss a moment.
And I'm growing into that because, I think many of us who are on this path right now have had some very challenging years in our early years that we've had to overcome things and move forward. And what's beautiful about it is that once you get to the other side of it and you look back and you could see how everything lined itself up to get to where you're at. And, many of us are now teaching people, helping people maneuver through things that we all went through because we didn't have any reference point. We had to experience it and live it. Now we could teach it. So I know, Mary, you're probably aligned with this, is that I don't expect people to do things or that I haven't personally done myself. You know what I'm saying? Because I know, I've been there, I know, I feel it, and I experience it. And now it's time for me to light the pathway for you, to encourage you to walk.
Exactly. And you know what, Dr. Dolores, everybody's circumstances are different,
Absolutely.
but we're united. Like you say, we had our early upbringings. We needed tremendous obstacles. And now these past few years, it's really been extremely challenging.
Absolutely.
But what we're doing and what I'm hearing you say is be less focused on the externals and put the spotlight on the internal.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Your own inner self, your knowing what you're here for. Where are you at this moment in your life? And what should you be doing that would more enrich you, that's part of your own purpose and destiny?
That's very true. And in order to be able to listen to that, you have to be able to quiet the noise. Okay. And the thing is that sometimes it's a nanosecond to nanosecond thing. And it's very possible. It's about learning how to do mindful activities. A mindful activity may be learning how to meditate. That's not the only mindful activity. Being out in nature, if you're like a animal person, connecting with animals in nature. Let me tell you, if you take a walk in nature and animals cross your path, they're giving you messages. It's a very, I go back to the shamanic thing, but animals carry messages. You're able to commune with nature. If you observe nature, they're in harmony with their environment. They really are.
Yes.
They're in being mode versus doing mode.
Wow. Well, that's a really important tip, being in touch with nature.
Yep.
What others? What are some others?
Some others, plants, go out talking about nature, spend time in a garden. If you're able to, even if you live in an urban or in the city, you could have a patio and just get some plants and garden. You do an herb garden or something like that. But also, I invite you to turn off the news, turn off the electronic devices. Make sure that you leave your phone home sometimes. It's like, this is like an appendage that we grew. It's
so true.
I'm guilty of this myself, but the thing is that I really make it a conscious effort to, sometimes leave the phone in the house and go out in the backyard. Believe me, my emails and my messages will be there later.
They will be there. I think that's so important. And you know what, Dr. Dolores, all this electromagnetic radiation is not the best for us anyway. It's our inner being.
Absolutely. And how many people, put their phones in their clothing, like their pockets?
I know.
And, it's great now that we have like Bluetooth technology, but when we used to put it up to your phone, that can't be good for you.
No.
So it's just like, be mindful of where you're putting your phone too, because you might start having challenges with your health in those areas. So, which is an interesting thing too. So that's another conversation, but it's funny. We're more in the moment with our electronic devices than we are with ourselves.
We are. So what I'm hearing you say is, it's a must to shut this off.
I think so.
On a regular basis.
I would, if it's difficult for people to do it, I just invite you to take baby steps. Do it for 15 minutes.
Exactly.
Do it for 15 minutes every couple of hours. Set the timer and just walk away, sit on your couch, just be quiet and just allow yourself to sit in the quiet.
Exactly. Be present.
Sometimes for some people, being in a car driving is a very mindful activity, as long as they're not blasting AC/DC in the background, or, if they are, they're consciously doing that. I mean, but my point is that sometimes sitting in silence is where you are actually being but you're receiving those golden nuggets that
That's right.
lead you to the next place that you need to go.
Dr. Dolores, while we're talking about this, tell us about your book. You wrote an amazing itty bitty book.
I did, and it was published in October of 2022, and it made Amazon bestseller. And it's about, I call it Healing in Ways You Never Thought Possible, 15 Tips to, I have to get this because it's such a long title. It says 15 tips. There we go.
I
That's
see it. Healing
Yeah.
in ways you never thought possible. 15 key steps to manifesting true health and lasting wellness.
Yes, and it's available on Amazon. But what it is, it's one of those books that you could actually put in your backpack, your purse, or whatever, and keep it with you. And just even when you're going through anything that's stressful or is pushing your buttons, people have said that they've used this. They just get it out and just open it randomly, and it's just they get what they need. It's one of those. It's one of those books that it's very short, sweet, to the point, very bullet pointed, meaning that it's not like a big novel or a big book. Because let's face it, our attention span today is like so less is actually more. So if you're able to get your point across in concise units,
yes,
people will embrace it and learn it. I've written several other books and they were much longer, and I'm just finding that short, sweet, and to the point. It's like the KISS approach. Keep it simple, sweetie. You know what I'm saying? We make things way more complicated than they have to be. And that creates so much drama and chaos.
And anxiety.
Really. And it's just like, is it really necessary? It's not.
No, it's not.
And it's just like retraining people to look at it from that perspective, because once you're in your physical body, you're more grounded in yourself. And you're just more, you're in your body. But interesting, you probably experienced this too, Dr. Mary. It's like once you're there, it's like you're actually everywhere.
Exactly.
Do you know what I'm saying? It's like you have this expanded awareness, but you're planted right in your body instead of you being out there in your head, because you're grounded. And that's huge, because you could make in the moment decisions, and you could trust that inner wisdom, because that's when you're able to tap into that. And that's when you're able to experience your emotions and then determine what you're going to do with it. Instead of reacting, you're more contemplative.
So before we close, how can our listeners get in touch with you and learn more about you?
They're welcome to go to my website. It's drdoloresfazino.com. And I also have a free gift, and I'm going to leave the link for that too. And that is a guided meditation that helps you stay in the present moment.
Oh.
And it's a very short and sweet one. It's probably maybe 7 minutes total. And that's what I mean by short and sweet. It's very doable. And I invite people to sign up for that and to get a copy of it, because it's free, and just use it whenever you feel like you're getting rattled, or you're not in your body, and you're going to notice a huge difference after you experience that.
Is that right on your website?
It is, but I'm also going to leave the link for it as well.
Oh, beautiful.
And it's
beautiful.
there. So yeah, and my book's available on my website, and through the website you can get to where it is on Amazon. But I also have several others too that people might be interested in. It's if you're ready to make some changes in your life and embrace who you are, I'm the person for you that could help you. I've helped a lot of people.
Well, and I'll be honest with you, everything you've spoken about here is doable for every single one of us. Because I hear too many, in our minds, it's like, oh, I can't afford this. I can't. And I get it. Trust me, I truly get it. However, You can afford to take time for yourself. These resources that you're talking about, that meditation is free. You're giving a gift. You're giving a gift and a little itty bitty book. How reasonable is that? But there's pearls in there.
That's right. And the thing is, it's like, it's a new year, a new beginning.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
if people want to create more certainty in their life in an uncertain world, it's time to come within to exercise and
Yes.
develop that muscle. We all have that capability. It's, I look at it as a continuum. You either have not accessed it or you're fully accessed it, and everybody's along that way. And even when you get to, the other end of it, you're going to be blown away because you're still going to be learning stuff.
Yes.
It's like,
yes.
I learn new stuff every day. It's just mind boggling. I had to crack up because, I work with a lot of people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s, and I'm in my 60s, and I have to crack up when a 20-year-old tells me this. It's like, well, I'll be doing this another three months, and I'll know everything. And I looked at them and I said, well, you know what? You may want to change your mentor. I said, because at my age, I still haven't learned everything, and I'm learning something every day. I just had to laugh. It was so funny.
I know. But see, that's a limiting belief. It's limiting because you're thinking, oh, I'll know everything.
Exactly. Well, good for you. It's like, could I touch you? But, that's just not how it works. But, I have to chuckle because it's like, I'm entertained daily. It's
exactly.
And I love people too. So it's just like, you just have to love human nature. But yeah.
It's so true. All right. Well, it has been a joy having
Thank
you,
you, Dr. Mary.
Dr. Dolores.
I
Any
appreciate
final
the opportunity
for the audience?
Yeah. I'm just going to say, please, just be gentle with yourself. You're on a journey, and just take baby steps. And sometimes it just takes that first baby step in order to create something different. And just be brave and courageous. And you just also know that you're loved more than you can imagine.
That's so powerful. And again, this is so significant at the start of the new year, 2023.
Yeah, absolutely.
So significant. So we'll have your resources below, and I encourage all of our listeners to get them, embrace what you're learning in them, and share with others. Share with others. There's so many people who would so greatly benefit from these resources that Dr. Dolores is offering, and your wisdom and your insight.
Thank you so much, Barry. I appreciate the opportunity to share with your audience.
All right, then. All right. You have a wonderful day. Thanks again, Dr. Dolores.
Thank you. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. I am super excited to be here this evening. I want to welcome you to the very first episode of the She Trucking Podcast with Miss Jerry. We are here every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'm Miss Jerry with Life on the Road Recruiting, the owner and founder. We are a full-service third-party truck driver recruitment agency. Today, we have a very, very special guest. We're bringing you so much in this podcast, guys. It's going to be a lot of information about the future of transportation. So if you're interested in learning and knowing how you can continuously evolve and elevate in transportation, this is your place to be every Wednesday at 7 p.m. All right, I'm going to bring up my sister, Sheree Moore, with She Trucking, the founder and president of the She Trucking.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Miss Jerry,
Hello.
for having me on.
Yes.
Interview.
Thank you so much for being here. Look, I'm excited about episode 1. There's so much to come. This is going to be an amazing podcast tonight. We've got an amazing guest on, and you guys have done a commercial together.
Absolutely. So, Mr. Joy himself, the driver behind the vision of the iTorque, will be on. So I had an amazing opportunity to go to Salt Lake City, Utah. And y'all know I've been telling y'all about this every week, and you're gonna get to meet him and see and understand like why this iTorque is so amazing. Coming from a 2005 Freightliner to a 2023 Volvo iTorque, listen, it's like night and day. So y'all stay tuned, share this live out, share it out, because this is gonna be an amazing show.
Yes. We got everybody already tapping in. Hey, family. Hello. Thank you so much, Mr. Leonard, for coming on. Hello, everybody. Look, everybody's tapping in. Share this live. Make sure you tell your friends to tune in. This is about to be an amazing episode with Mr. Joel Morrow. All right, before we bring Mr. Joel up, I want to share the commercial, the Volvo iTorque commercial. What if a driver designed the truck?
Amazing.
Awesome. I love it. Well, let us bring up Mr. Joel Morrow. Mr. Joel, hello, and welcome to the podcast.
Good evening, ladies. Thanks for having me.
Welcome. Listen, I had an amazing experience in driving the Volvo truck, the truck that you drive every day. So can you go into details and tell them how did you come up with the concept, and just tell them everything, like what's going on with the Volvo iTorque.
Okay, so the idea behind the Volvo iTorque was to make a truck that was very efficient, but also very adaptable. And one of the things that I've learned over the years speccing equipment was when you sat down and you were thinking about what kind of truck I want to build, you kind of had to get your crystal ball out to see what was going to happen in the future. Were we going to have strong freight rates and low fuel prices, or high fuel prices and low freight rates? Was the business going to expand? Were you going to have to run faster speeds to maybe service a customer because you had longer lanes? Were you going to be running in different geographical locations? And early on in my career, I'd helped my brother's fleet, Ploger Transportation, spec trucks. And we kind of got into a trap. I had spec'd a direct drive configured truck, and it was very, very efficient between 55 and 62 mile an hour. And at that time, freight rates were very low, fuel prices were very high, and we could keep drivers in slower trucks because guys saw it as job security. The trucks were very efficient. The business grew. We went from a short regional operation that basically ran around Ohio, Indiana, and Michigan, and pretty soon we're out to Georgia. We're running over to the East Coast. We were making some runs out to Utah, so we needed faster trucks. And when we took that truck that I spec'd for a short regional operation and was just the jewel, it worked very well, and put it into a different application, it didn't have enough adaptability and we ran into emission system problems because we were running the trucks at too high RPMs because of the road speed. We didn't have the correct gearing, and it really blew up in our face. And it was very painful as a fleet to have to suffer through that trade cycle when the economy changed. Freight rates got really good, fuel prices came down, and it was all about productivity at that point. And it as well it should have been, because you want to run all the freight you can run when rates are high and fuel prices are low, and we just didn't have the right truck. So I thought to myself, how can we avoid this pitfall and not be trapped again like we were? And that's really how the concept of iTorque really came to be. We were looking at transmission, the ratio spread from the deep reduction all the way to the overdrive, and what rear axle ratios could we pair with this, and what kind of engine could we use that would operate very efficiently at low RPMs and at moderate RPM. And we started putting pieces of the puzzle together, and today we have iTorque, and it's a very fun truck to drive that's very adaptable. And when I say adaptable, it's adaptable to different weights, different terrains, what drivers typically think about your operating environment, but it's also adaptable to the economic environment, which is just as important as having a truck that's fun to drive. And when you bring that all together, it's just a home run. You hit it out of the park. Drivers are happy, people in the back office are happy, and it reduces maintenance costs because we control piston speed in the engine, and we allow for complete combustion, and we really, really drive down the emission system problems as well.
That was my next question. How does it affect the emissions?
Yeah, it's really great. When we start looking at today's engines, there's always issues with NOx. So most of today's engines run with retarded timing. So we are, kind of injecting after the piston's up at top dead center. And when we run at low RPM, we refer to this as piston speed. The slower that piston speed, the more time we have for combustion to complete, which drives down particulate matter, and it really helps to clean up the emission system, and is really good for that durability. And also when we run that lower RPM or piston speed, we're not pumping as much air through the engine when we're not under load. So we keep the emission system nice and hot, and it's more durable and effective when we hold heat in the emission system. So it works very well across the board.
Gotcha.
So, and talk about the performance levels. I was very impressed with all of that.
Yeah, see, you're a driver, so absolutely. From the driver's perspective. So when we talk about down speeding, is kind of the catchphrase with all the OEMs. They talk about down speeding, and oftentimes drivers think, oh, down speeding, it must be a slow truck. The term down speeding or down sped is in reference to piston speed, because the engineers understand the benefits of that slower piston speed. And when we slow the RPM down, we have to make adjustments in gearing. And so we went with, everybody's kind of familiar with the 12-speed I-shift. They also make a 13 and a 14 speed. My truck happens to have the 14-speed I-shift, which has very, very deep reduction. So a lot of people are used to hearing about an 18-speed manual to start a heavy load. The 14-speed I-shift has twice the reduction that an 18-speed manual has. So I can run very aggressive downsped gearing in the rear axle. So I have a 2.16 rear axle ratio through an overdrive transmission, which is 0.785 ratio on the overdrive. And this allows me to run 80 mile an hour at 1190 RPM.
Wow.
So it's hardly any RPM at all. So very slow piston speed, but very high road speeds. This also allows me to run in direct drive or even underdrive with torque multiplication, which is the great part for a driver, because it'll pull a hill very, very strong.
I can contest.
And she knows. We have a question from Mr. Leonard in our audience. What motor and transmission and rear end is in the truck?
Okay, so we start with the Volvo D13 TC Gen 2. And the engine is officially rated at 455 horsepower, 1,850 pound-feet of torque at 900 RPM. In reality, it makes 1,900 pound-feet of torque, so it's a torque monster, and it comes on at 900 RPM. The other great thing about the turbo compounded engine is that because we have a blowdown turbine and a turbo, the blowdown turbine applies, it takes heat, waste heat that has come through the turbo, converts it to mechanical energy, applies it to the crankshaft in a similar fashion than an electric motor would. So we have 360 degrees of torque application on the crankshaft. So even running at 900 RPM, we're vibration free. The truck is very quiet, very smooth. There's no vibration, and it is extremely strong down low. And it will surprise a lot of people. A lot of people, oh, you can't do anything at 900 RPM. Just recently, I was in Denver, Colorado, and I had to deadhead to Kansas City to get a load because Denver's just kind of a black hole for freight.
Yeah.
There's just nothing coming out. So I had plenty of time to get over to Kansas City, and I set the cruise at 60 mile an hour and kicked it into manual and put it in overdrive, and I ran clear across the state of Kansas at 726 RPM at 15 miles to the gallon with a truck.
Wow.
So it was pretty cool. Yeah. Now it was empty, and I'm coming off the Continental Divide. I get all that, but it's still an impressive number. And it really opens up a lot of opportunity for an owner operator when you can get that kind of mileage heading to go get a load, especially if you have to go any distance. So the transmission is the next part of the puzzle. It is the 13 or 14 speed I-shift, which has deeper reduction than the standard 12 speed does. It is the same overdrive gear, but that deep reduction allows us to get pretty funky with that rear axle ratio. So we still can start a heavy load despite having a 2.16 rear axle ratio. And, that allows us to get out of a dock when we have 80,000 pounds on. It's one of those below grade docks that's down in the ground, and we can come up and out of there without, dropping the clutch on the ground or putting the drive shaft on the ground. So it has great startability despite the aggressive downsped gearing. And then the rear axle ratio, it's just 2.16. It is in a heavy duty housing though. It is a 12.7 millimeter housing, so we don't get axle flex in the back. It helps to control tire wear and a couple other things. But it's a very stout powertrain all the way through. We put the big Dana drive shaft in it, all heavy duty componentry all the way through, and it makes for a very fun ride.
I love it. I love it.
Very fun. We was actually loaded, and I had the opportunity to drive up Green Mountain, and it didn't feel like I was driving up a mountain. Like it just felt like we was on flat land, and so it really made a difference. I was so comfortable. I felt so safe in the truck. I think me and Mr. Joe were just talking up the mountain.
Like we're chit-chatting back and forth like it was nothing, and she just cruising right up the mountain.
Wow.
The resort we're going up to, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah. Nice. And now when I go back and look at the video, I'm like, wow, that was a real steep mountain. Do you remember the grade of that mountain?
It was 7 and 8% the majority of the way up. So it was impressive. An impressive pull. There was one spot where we were right at 10%, a short little spot, but most of it was, between 7 and 8%.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
And it drove like you on flat land. So the future of trucking, I love that. That's the topic of the conversation. We have Mr. Joel Morrow here with he's the CEO of Alpha Drivers, and he is also the brains behind the Volvo iTorque. And so Miss Jerry.
Yes.
You know what I love about his truck as well?
What's that?
It had a back massager on it.
Oh my gosh. Talk about comfort.
Yeah.
Comfort while on the road. Yes.
Yeah, we have heat, massage, and ventilation on the driver's seat. And then under the passenger seat, we had a refrigerator. Yeah. And then we also have the refrigerator in the back. So it has 2 refrigerators in it. Both factory options. It's nothing that needed to be installed afterwards. And that makes it really nice to have that that second smaller refrigerator up front.
Absolutely. And you know, I've been to Salt Lake City many, many times, but that was the first time that I actually got to just see the beauty of Salt Lake, because I wasn't going through stressed and gripping the steering wheel hard, trying to feel, you know, so it was amazing. It really was amazing.
Nice.
Miss Jerry, you want to take a commercial break really quick?
Yes, let's take a commercial break, and when we come back, Mr. Joel, we want to hear how many miles you've been driving. Okay.
Sure.
Actually, give us that now.
Yes.
I want y'all to take time, and I want y'all to listen to it. I want y'all to share this out, because I just want them, like, people like you know, who've been out there for many, many years, have so much wisdom, have seen technology go from what is them, like a Sterling to this Volvo iTorque, you know, so you've been able to see trucks evolve. And so go ahead and tell them how many years of experience you have.
Sure. So I've been driving commercial vehicles since, oh boy, well, I started at 15 and a half, actually, back in the day when you could do that. And I'm 54 now, so it's been a long time. We're probably, you know, 35, 36 years, whatever it comes out to be, the math comes out to be. But I've averaged around 140,000 miles a year in my career. I don't sit at home very long. You know, it's kind of in my blood. My grandfather done it, and he was never home very much. You know, he used to love to run too. And my dad had a company, a recycling company, and so at a very young age, I was able to drive in state, but still run a lot of miles because he had just stuff that ran nonstop. So, you know, very, very young, I jumped in the truck, and, you know, I was running 500, 600, sometimes 700 miles in a day, just running around the state. I loved it. You know, just absolutely. I turned the radio on and off I'd go, and I was in my element. So I did rack up a lot of miles, even though I'm relatively a younger guy. When you start to talk about 4.5 or 5 million mile career, being 54, not a lot of guys my age have that many miles. They're typically at the 3 million mile mark. But I did start young, and I just loved it, and I drove the wheels off everything I touched.
Wow, 5 million miles is a lot, and a lot of people cannot say that they have been in this industry that long or driven 5 million miles. So my hat goes off to you for that's amazing.
Thank you.
And I got to witness it. When we come back, we're gonna talk. I want to bring up one. Remember we actually kind of went the wrong way. We had to back up down that street.
Yes.
Yes, and you got to see him in action. He was calm. He was like, he just listen. Experience that shows.
Yes, I love it. Well, we're gonna go to a commercial break, and when we come back, we'll hear more from Mr. Joel Morrow and Sheree Moore. Thank you, guys.
When they say what the church look like, it look like
Yeah. DJ Tony. For all my ladies out there trucking towards they goals. Let's go. She gon' take care of her biz, she trucking. She a woman with a rig, she trucking. She gon' take care of her kids, she trucking. Yeah. She a boss, she do it big, she trucking. She a boss, she do it big, she trucking. She a woman with a rig, she trucking. She trucking. Often hated, never duplicated. We underestimated cause it's male dominated, but we getting payment like it's money motivated. Our clientele rated while they dragging, we gon' slay it. By the hour, we them girls and we got power. Haters everywhere like no taxes, they be sour. Dropping lows, no road and we be running. You can never do it like us and that's a bummer. They got my back, so I got my girls with me. I can't be like you cause the shoes just won't fit me. All these moves and we make it all happen. We just show and prove while the rest of y'all rapping. Clocking in and making ends for.
All right, welcome back everyone. We are talking about the future of transportation in today's episode. We have Mr. Joel Morrow and Ms. Sheree Moore here. Joel has the truck called Purple Haze. Talk about Purple Haze and that name. I love it.
I am a Jimi Hendrix fan. I'll just put that right out there first thing. And you know, we picked the color. I've always loved purple, and I think we went through 40 different shades of purple before we figured out exactly what we wanted to put on there, and it turned out really well. I think you don't forget the truck once you put your eyes on it. So that's that was the whole intent, and you know, just always been a Jimi Hendrix fan. So the Purple Haze thing just kind of fit.
It just fit. I love it. I love it.
So pretty. It really is.
Yeah. So we talked about the million miles, 5 million. Okay. And an amazing accomplishment. You're at the TMC 2023 conference. Let's talk about that. Talk about the conference, and you know, what are you looking to accomplish there at the conference? I hear we've got an award, a big title.
Absolutely. So I have a very close relationship with the engineering staff at Volvo Trucks North America. And I've developed that relationship probably over the last 15 years. When I was working with Ploger Transportation, my brother's company, in the position that, you know, kind of required me to have interaction with engineers as we were putting together specs for trucks. And, you know, I just kind of leveraged that into the company that I have now. So they invited me to come down with them. I brought my truck. It was actually in the show. The show itself just deals with all of the modern technologies that are out there and how to apply them, how to use them, what the possibilities are, what's coming in the near term future. And so this was a really great show. There's a lot of new technologies out there besides diesel. There's a lot of electric trucks. In fact, Volvo had one of their electric trucks right next to Purple Haze sitting in the booth. You know, there's hydrogen, there's compressed natural gas out there. There's just a lot of technology out there available. And it's very exciting to be in the industry right now because we have all these potential pathways that you can take depending on your duty cycle and application. So that was all cool. What I thought was really nice is that the writers, all of the journalists for the heavy duty trucking magazines, whether it's Transport Topics or Heavy Duty Trucking or, you know, you name it, they have all the journalists on a panel and they kind of watch all these technologies and what's going on. And they also have some engineers on the panel as well. And they kind of talk about what technologies are going to have the biggest impact for the year. And I got to tell you, I'm super proud that we were able to put the Volvo iTorque at the top of the list this year. So we won the Heavy Duty Trucking Association Riders Product of the Year award, and with a diesel engine. You know, all the other alternative fuels seem to get the spotlight here lately, and we were able to win that award with a diesel powered vehicle. So I just super proud of that. We worked really, really hard on this, probably over the last 7 years, really, it's taken to bring this to market, because we wanted to make sure that we worked out all the potential flaws, and I think we've got a really, really great product to offer.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. So Volvo iTorque Truck Product of the Year. Congratulations. That's a huge accomplishment.
Thank you.
It should feel good to kind of see your long-term work come to fruition.
I'll tell you, as a driver, because I am not a classically trained engineer, and I'm a research nut. I research everything. I read everything I can get my hands on. And, you know, if I have any idle time, I'm Googling something. You know, I'm always wanting to learn about something. I think in today's industry, education is absolutely the key to success in this industry. You know, a few years ago, somebody might have said, you know, trucking's not rocket science. I beg to differ. There's a lot of technology here that you really have to get your mind around. And if you're buying equipment and you don't understand what you're buying completely, it's going to bite you at some point. It's going to get you. And so it's very important that you do your homework and you understand the technologies that you're dealing with. And it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to educate yourself. It always does. But, you know, in trucking and transportation, we're so busy doing the job of moving freight.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's very difficult to find the time to educate yourself on the equipment and the components that go in when you're speccing a truck and trying to assemble equipment. So educate, research, do your homework.
I love it. I love that you that education is key, because in this industry you have to, or you'll get left behind.
There's no doubt. Yes. Yeah,
Absolutely.
you're going to go broke, and it's going to be painful if you don't educate yourself. So absolute key, you know, and we're not talking necessarily go to college in the classic sense of education. Do your homework, you know, get on and read everything you can read. And even when you think you're ready to buy, read some more, you know, and you need to be sure, talk to people in the industry, and you know, really make sure you know what you're doing before you pull the trigger on a new purchase, because if you don't get it right, it's going to hurt.
Yeah. What are some just real quick, what are some industry you know, newsletters or sites that you recommend, that you kind of lean to for your education and information?
So, you know, this is kind of one of the things that I always thought we were really lacking. There you go. Volvo Trucks Magazine. You go into the Volvo dealer and grab a magazine. I thought we were really lacking a way to communicate new concepts and technologies to the driver at the driver's level. So there's a lot of publications out there that it's all in engineering lingo. And if you're not a classically trained engineer, you're going to have a very hard time following this stuff and really getting your mind around it. And this is why I started Alpha Drivers. You know, trucking's been good to me. I really want to give back to the industry and help people to avoid a lot of the pitfalls. I learned the hard way, you know, seat of the pants. And there were a lot of failures early on, to the point where you just wanted to give up and quit. But it's the only thing you know, so you just keep going. And so over the years, you acquire a lot of knowledge. Mine's seat of the pants knowledge, and I get to kind of validate my seat of the pants knowledge with real engineers, and we have a very good working relationship. In Alpha Drivers, I have Alpha Drivers Transportation and Testing and Consulting, to where I kind of put this information out, and I do it in social media over at Volvo Truck Masters on Facebook, and I'm also personally on LinkedIn, where I have a lot of discussions. But there's a lot of techs now that are involved. Volvo Master Techs. There's some of the engineering group is involved over at Volvo Truck Masters. So if you're looking for something Volvo specific, that is a very, very good place to go. The other place that I would recommend for people of, you know, that own any brand of truck, it's the 9+ Mile a Gallon Club on Facebook as well. There's a lot of good information there. You'll see a lot of arguing back and forth, you know, kind of how the sausage is made. But these are guys that they're not engineers, but they've been in the industry for a long time, and they have a good handle on what's going on. I mean, I get in there and I don't even agree with some of the guys, and we'll be mixing it up back and forth, and you'll see a lot of different opinions, but you'll start to see the trend lines and how things are trending, and you'll start to grasp concepts and start to understand what's going on. So, you know, that's kind of a free-for-all kind of a thing, and I think it's fun. You know, you get in there and you're talking different concepts and arguing back and forth. But if you're looking for Volvo specific, it's Volvo Masters, and then 9+ Mile a Gallon Club is a very good place to go if you want to learn about fuel efficiency.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Sure.
I do want to show everybody your episode. So
okay.
If it's okay with you, I want to play it so y'all can see and learn the story as well. It's amazing. You did an amazing job with being able to tell your story.
Well, thank you.
You used to have to choose between power and efficiency. You could never have both. I set out to fix that. Volvo wondered, what if a trucker designed a truck? When they approached me, I had to think about all the millions of miles I spent on the road connecting the nation. Out of that was born the iTorque. I'm Joel Morrow. This is a new series from Volvo that explores the world of iTorque.
Hey, Rob, I can't wait to show you some of the things that I've spec'd on Purple Haze here. Why purple? First of all, I went through 40 shades of purple to find this color purple, but it's always been my favorite color.
You've been involved with Volvo for many years now. What makes this truck different in terms of efficiency?
The iTorque package gives us a lot of options as a driver. The turbo compounded engine produces a lot of horsepower and torque at low RPM. It's a very strong engine, despite a truck that gets very good fuel efficiency. It's one of the things that drivers kind of push back against the truck. They automatically think this thing is going to be a dog in the hills, and it's just exactly the opposite with this. iTorque gives both the owner and the driver versatility.
Brand new truck?
Brand new truck, absolutely.
It's all yours.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, absolutely. It's brand new. You can tell. There's still some tape left here.
Yeah, fresh from the factory, Joel. Nothing but the best for you, bud.
It's been a long, long time coming. I can't wait to get behind the wheel. But first, let's get Purple Haze out on the test track. We're going to see what iTorque can do in the real world. Here we go. So I'm not the type of guy to get real emotional about a truck. I'm more of a technical guy, but this thing is fun to drive. Woo! The coolest thing really about the truck besides the color, I like the dynamic steering on it, especially your low speed maneuverability. It's kind of like power steering on steroids. We have a couple of different driving modes here that I can put it in, and this really gives the driver some options as far as how it fits his driving style, the weight, the terrain, and whatnot. Right here again is where the sway bar really helps the truck's handling coming around the corner. We don't get a lot of cab movement, rocking and rolling. It's a very stable platform. We have absolutely no compromises. The truck pulls well, it's very fuel efficient, and it is just a joy to drive. You know, it's something we've been trying to put together for 35 years, and so I'm really excited to show drivers what the iTorque is really all about. We're going to fill the truck with cameras. I'm going to invite some friends and really see what iTorque can do. Let's get Purple Haze on the road.
I love it. I love it. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I think you're definitely light years ahead and on the cusp of this evolution that we're seeing in our industry. And you know, my question is, how are drivers adapting to the changes that are coming, and what are your thoughts?
Well, as far as the technology goes, I think one of the things that we really tried to pay attention to was to make things intuitive to the driver, so they didn't really have to think a lot about anything. And you know, some people will say, "Oh, well, you're just dumbing the driver down when you do that," and I completely disagree with that. So this truck is smart enough if a new driver that really needs to concentrate on safety because they're not used to being in a truck, they can keep both hands on that steering wheel. They can stay focused on traffic in front of them. You know, just getting used to the truck. You know, that takes a few years to do before you're very confident in what you're doing. So we can put it in a completely automatic mode and run it that way. I can also put it in manual mode, and I love to bump the gears manually from time to time. You know what I mean? It's just fun to do. And I like to challenge myself sometimes. Can I do a better job than what the computer's actually doing? Most of the time I can. Every once in a while you'll do a little bit better job than the computer, but it'll just be by a very narrow margin. You really have to work at it. And you know, I'm getting older. I don't want to work that hard anymore, to tell you the truth. So it really allows the driver that's sitting in the seat to do what makes them comfortable. If they want to participate, they can put it in manual mode. They can bump gears all the way from 1 through 14 or 1 through 13. Or you can put it in fully automatic mode, and then you have 3 different options from there. You can put it in extreme economy, you can put it in the everyday mode, and you can put it in performance mode. And
Wow.
and I'll tell you, when you put that truck in performance mode, it's going to get up and run. Yeah, it goes.
It performs.
So, it's a very impressive truck from that standpoint. It makes the guy with 5 million miles happy, and it makes the guy that's in his first week happy, because it's the truck can adapt to the driver, and I think that's what's really important. It's very, very intuitive, and it's something that really kind of makes it unique in the industry, I think.
Absolutely. I'm gonna let you ask another question, because the question I have, I want to just get right into this big question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so where do you see the industry going in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, that's a hard one, because there are so many technologies out there, and I just love it, because some people, oh, electric trucks, they get all grumpy when they start talking. I love it, because there's going to be a niche for that electric truck. I think it's going to be for that short regional local P&D stuff. I think they make all kinds of sense. Trucks that are home every night where they can plug them in. Heck yeah, why not? Why wouldn't you do that? I think it makes sense. I think we're going to have diesel trucks on the road for quite a while yet in over the road applications. Battery electric, they have some power density issues there. They get very heavy when you want to run longer distances. The batteries have to weigh a lot to get you there, and you lose a lot of payload. So I don't foresee full battery electric, stepping into that long haul market just yet. That's probably at least 15 years off till we see that happen. They will continue to make gains. We're going to see more and more of them on the road, and again, I think that's a good thing. We have hydrogen out there now. We have it as a hydrogen fuel cell, like Volvo's trying to develop, or we have it as a hydrogen internal combustion engine, like Cummins is putting out. So there's 2 different versions of hydrogen, and they are wildly different. The hydrogen is the fuel, but the way they produce the energy from it, it's completely different. So there are multiple pathways that are going to be available to people, and I think probably over the next probably 3 to 5 years, our choices are going to narrow down. Some things are going to wash out; they just won't be viable. But I think, as a business owner, as a driver, it's always good to have options.
Yeah.
And keep your mind open. Don't get hung up on one way to do something. There's 1,000 ways to skin a cat. So
That's right.
you definitely want to keep your mind open here, and don't pick one technology and say, oh, this is going to be the greatest, and all the other ones are no good, because it's going to be very dependent upon duty cycle. And so we're going to have these parallel pathways where we're going to see multiple different technologies in the marketplace for quite a while. I think at some point, the pure battery electric will eventually dominate the market, but it's quite a ways off yet. So pay attention and do your research.
What's your take on the implementation, and how soon will we see? Well, we already see, but level 4 autonomous trucks.
I hate the word. I mean, when you just look at some of the safety systems on the trucks, and you get the false positive readings on some of the basic safety systems, it really makes you wonder, how are they going to put driverless trucks out on the road when they can't get the basic systems right? On the forward-looking radar will throw false signals every now and again. I don't know. I know it's coming. I wish it wasn't. I don't know that it's going to be a good thing for the industry. I think we need people behind the wheel, and it's important for that. We don't fly planes autonomously. We could, but there's pilots in planes, and there probably always will be. And I
Mhm.
think there always needs to be a driver in that truck. As good as computers are, they're not people. They can't make that split second decision that, a computer may see it as irrational and do something completely opposite of what actually needs to be done. So that's one that I don't know. I wish we could put the brakes on.
Right.
It just I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of autonomous technologies.
I hear you.
So my next question is,
Mhm.
how much money do you save on fuel?
Oh boy.
Great question.
So let me give you an example, and if you have a calculator there, you can work some of this out. So last month I done one of my West Coast swings, and I'm typically out for 30 days. I do like 30 stops delivering blanket wrap furniture, and in Purple Haze I was able to average 10.6 miles a gallon on that round out to California back to Ohio. And I was able to run some pretty impressive speeds when I got out west for some long distances. So the productivity was very high and the fuel efficiency was very high. I came down here to TMC, so I had to rent a truck, and I have a driver in the truck who's a very capable and efficient driver. The
Mhm.
rental truck, obviously, it's not on par with the type of spec that I'm running in Purple Haze, and he really babied the truck. I mean, he was running 60 mile an hour, lower speeds, trying to keep the fuel efficiency up, and he done that same exact round, very similar weather at 7.9. So, which is a good number for the middle of winter, but it's almost 3 mile a gallon off the mark from what I done in Purple Haze. So, it adds up very, very fast. And the thing you have to remember about fuel efficiency, and you'll hear guys say, well, look, I can run more loads if I go faster. I don't care about fuel efficiency. Revenue is a top line number. So you may generate revenue, but you don't keep all that revenue. All the expenses and everything have to come out of it. And so what do you typically, you keep maybe 15 to 20% of that, maybe. Fuel efficiency, fuel savings, that's a bottom line number. You keep all of that and it goes directly to the bottom line. So the number's never as big as that revenue number and people always talk about that top line revenue number, but they keep forgetting all my expenses have to come out of that. The type of fuel savings I'm talking about, Purple Haze versus a normal truck, that's the difference between going to McDonald's every night and eating good. You know what I mean? It's just you're going to make some
big difference.
Really nice extra money to have to spend, and it makes a difference to the bottom line of the business. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I love it.
So you make more money when you go to the Purple Haze, to the Volvo iTorque, than you do running a regular truck.
Oh, absolutely. The fuel efficiency alone is gonna be a game changer for you. For a lot of people, somebody that's getting in that 5.5 to 6 mile a gallon range, if you go from 6 to closer to 10, you're gonna make the full truck payment and then some. Plus you're going to drive maintenance costs down. And of course, now a lot of people are probably their heads ready to explode saying, oh, there's no way that a new truck with all the emission stuff is going to have lower maintenance costs. It's all relative to piston speed. It goes back to that very slow piston speed. Now that we know to run things at lower RPM, slow the piston speed down, hold the heat in the emission system, you virtually have no issues at all. And so you really can drive maintenance costs down even versus a non-emissions truck, and realize a very nice return on your investment with the improved fuel efficiency and reduced maintenance costs.
Yeah, I didn't even see the fuel hand move at all. Like,
it just hangs there. And I only have one tank on that truck. So a lot of people, they have 250 gallon tanks. That's what they want. I have a single 150 gallon tank. I can run coast to coast with no problem at all. Because you're over 10 miles a gallon. So you get 1,500 miles of range on one fuel tank, and it works out very well.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
I want to recognize, and then at Miss Jerry, I'll let you ask your question because I know you got another one for me. But I do want to recognize the other people who was able to be on the Volvo commercial.
Yes.
Tim Ridley, he was amazing. He had an amazing episode, and so tell us a little bit about Tim and Mr. Al and
And Kim, yeah.
it's Tim. Mhm.
Tim is he's just a great guy. You can tell he's been in the business for a long time.
Tim
You know,
Ridley, Sirius
now
Radio.
he's into Sirius Radio now, but
Mhm.
you know, you can tell his heart is still in trucking. There's no question about it. We got in the truck and we ran out across the salt flats, and you know, he was at home in his element, and he hadn't been in the truck for a long time, and he's just loving it. So that was really cool, and
He was against it, so he was not on board.
Right.
Yeah.
He was a classic truck type of guy. He liked the long hoods. He liked the manual transmissions and the traditional gear ratios. And we talked, you know, before we got in the truck, and he flat out told me, he goes, I don't know about this, you know, he goes, I don't think this is going to work. And I mean, his jaw about dropped, and we got out there, and he wound it up to 80 mile an hour, and the thing is just dead quiet.
Wow.
It's just running along effortlessly, and he just really started to enjoy it. It actually, I mean, it really turned into kind of a touching moment, because you could just tell he was in his element. He really enjoyed it, and you could just see his mind working. It was taking him back to when he was younger, driving out across there, and it was really cool to see.
Absolutely.
I love it.
The Volvo Autor converted him over.
Yep, absolutely.
He's a lifer. He's a lifer.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's
And
awesome.
then Mr. Al and Miss Kim, I do want to recognize them. They are so it was amazing. I got to actually meet them while we was there, and Mr. Al had been driving what?
Al's got more miles than I do. Yes.
8 million miles. The stories that he was telling me was amazing about the transformation in trucking. So how was that experience?
So Al, I've talked to Al, you know, for a couple of years, and you know, he was an old school guy too. Of course, he came up old school. He's been driving like 52 or 53 years. He's been out a long time, and I don't often bump into guys that have more miles on the road than what I do. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of humbling, really. You know, you can tell he is a truck driver in every sense of the word. And when you talk to him, you know, he can relate things back to the old 2-stroke diesel engines, you know, way back in the day, and the 2-stick manual transmissions, because he actually drove that stuff, and he done it on a regular basis. It just wasn't for, you know, I built this truck for fun and I go drive it around the block. You know, he had to live that stuff. And so it was really interesting to get his take on things. And he was kind of the same way, pretty skeptical that a truck could run at that low RPM. Very concerned about emission system issues. You know, he has since bought an iTorque spec truck, and he just absolutely loves it. So it was just great to hear his perspective and his take on things. And he is just a wealth of information, and he can put things in a historical context almost like nobody else can, because you know, he's been out there for so long and has lived it. You know, I drove some of the older stuff, but I mean, he goes way back, so it's cool for me to listen to him talk about it.
Wow, that's amazing. This has been absolutely amazing, Mr. Joel. What's next? What's next for Purple Haze? What's next for Alpha Drivers? Tell us about that.
Well, I'm working on expanding Alpha Drivers. Right now, the testing and consulting company, I primarily work with OEMs, engineering staffs, engineers on a daily basis. And I love that challenge, but what I really want to do, and where my heart's really at, I want to be able to help the small fleet and individual owner operator. I'm working to put together a service. If you want to spec a new truck, you come to me with your information. I'll sit down with you, help you decide what that spec should look like, and even go to the dealership with you and potentially even have to interact with the engineering staff back at the factory to make sure that we get that build just right,
Wow.
the way that it should be. And I'm trying to put this together in a way that it's affordable and it makes sense for everybody involved. And there's still some things I'm ironing out in that regard, but we're getting closer every day, and I'm hoping to have a website up and running soon, so we can start to facilitate and accommodate that. Get some of these owner operators in and put the service out there and see how it works, and hopefully it's successful is what I think it will be. You look at the price of a new truck today, you're anywhere from $210,000 to $250,000. You want to make sure you get that build right, and spending a little extra money to have somebody review every component and give you an opinion on what's happening or why not have that component or maybe a different one, I think brings a lot of value and a lot of confidence to the guy buying the truck that he's making the right decision at that point.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I love it. I love it. Awesome. Thank you so much. Tell them how they can contact you.
Well, the best way to get a hold of me right now, because we don't have website up and running, is just through my social media feeds. You can find me personally on Facebook and on LinkedIn. Go to Volvo Truck Masters. You'll always find me there, and you can ask questions. It's probably the best way at this point. I'm hoping to have something for alpha drivers up and run. I'm a perfectionist, and I've gotten a couple things going. I'm like, no, I don't like it. We need to change this and change that. So it's been a slower process than what I like. But I'm hoping to have something probably within the next 2 to 3 months that you can come directly into a website and ask questions and get answers. So that's what we're looking to do.
Well, we're going to definitely talk.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So the future of transportation.
Yes.
Miss Jerry.
Yes.
From this discussion, what do you think? We got a lot of technology that's coming, and that's for the better. I just want to say, I wish that this technology was around when I first started. I know, Mr. Joy, you wish it was around when you first started too.
Absolutely.
And I think the future is going to be great, and it's going to be bright. Now we're going to run into autonomous trucks, so y'all got to be,
we gotta be ready. We're going to
be ready for it.
But no, I think my son is in the process of getting his CDL right now. And I think these things that are being put in place are for his future. And so I'm super excited to see them. That's why the future of transportation is really important. It's a really important topic for me. So I'm so glad to have you, Mr. Jones.
I agree. One quick thing here, and this isn't technically a technical issue. So when we look at younger drivers, and this is near and dear to my heart because I wish this would have happened when I was younger. So as an industry, we are regulated by the hour and we're paid by the mile. So when you get groups like some of the owner operator groups, they'll say the ELD is the worst thing ever. And then the big carriers will say, well, we need productivity and we can't pay any other way except by the mile. There's a safety component that we're missing, and there is no time value attached to driver's pay. So, you're out driving and you get into a traffic jam. Let's just say Chicago. We get tied up in Chicago traffic. Here's an area where the driver has to be at their very best to avoid having an accident. Yeah. But because we're going slow, we take a pay cut. And it's very, very difficult. They expect you, okay, you have to be on your A game, but we're going to pay you by the mile. So anytime that truck slows down, you're losing money. It starts to snow out in Wyoming and it starts to blow. The first thing in the driver's mind is, well, if I pull this over, my paycheck isn't going to be as good. So I'm going to push through this. And then all of a sudden you've got 50 trucks in a big traffic jam. So the one thing that I would love to see in the industry, I love all the technology. I love it. We need to update how we pay drivers,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
pay by the mile needs to go. I firmly believe that. I know a lot of people are probably going to hate on me for that, but even if it takes the government to regulate it away, pay by the mile needs to go. It is a safety issue, and it's not fair to drivers. It's just not. And when the economy's doing well and everybody else is making money, they're making it on these drivers' backs because the compensation just is not fair when we pay by the mile. So my little rant for the
Go
video.
ahead. Lace coming with hers. I feel it. We got to get it out of 1972. Yes.
Listen, I totally agree and understand, and I feel like a lot of back pay needs to come back to us who have documented that we have been on duty. Wow.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We're on duty. So now off duty, because we keep up with our logs. We got on duty, we have driving, we have off duty. And if you're off duty, okay, you don't get paid for that. But if you're on duty, think about the things we're on duty doing. We're fueling our truck. So you don't get paid to fuel.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, I 100% agree with you. So one of the things that I've done, with Alpha Drivers here, I pay myself just like a driver. And so what I do is I pay $22 an hour. I pay overtime after 40, and then I pay 22 cents a mile for all miles run that day. And it seems to work pretty well. And I'm working out, little details, and we bump into some issues every now and again, but we're working this out, and it seems to work very well. I guess the main idea is there has to be time value component attached to their pay. If there's no value for a driver's time, you're just looking for the big pile ups and the accidents, and you're going to continue to have driver turnover. And what's really sad is the people that get in at a very young age, like I did. We could have done much better, early in our career than what we did, and so we had to work a lot harder than what we needed to. So there's a lot of fatigue, a lot of stress, a lot of health related issues. I've seen guys, that look, if you got to run more than 2,500 miles a week to make a living, you probably really need to think about what you're doing, because it's going to catch you health wise. I know I done it for years, and shouldn't have. It's impacted my health negatively. I can tell you that. So we really need to, as an industry, get together, get a group of people together. We need to fix that. That needs to happen.
So I love what you said, because the word safety.
Yeah.
The things that make us safe, like our pre-trip, our post-trip, our during the route trip, that's the part that they not paying us for.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And
exactly.
sitting at the dock waiting for a load. Like, these are things that's documented, and I feel like it's illegal not to pay someone for their job, for working, because it shows that we're working.
It should be. The original intent of the law, my understanding is that somehow in their mind, way back in the day, they thought that by exempting us, it would encourage us not to work as much. And I don't understand that. I've heard that multiple times where they threw that out. And then, of course, in the 80s and the 90s, it was always said that, well, we have no way to really track if the truck's moving, if it's not, and they'll just cheat on their pay sheets, which that was a valid point back then. We can track everything now.
Track it now. Yeah.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I know that drivers hate the idea of Big Brother, but when you look at it, becomes your best friend as a driver.
Right. That's right.
Absolutely. So we're all on the same page here. So this is cool. I mean,
yeah, absolutely, because it made me an outlaw driver. Because at the end of the day, we had to get where we had to go. It didn't matter if that time said that we couldn't. I'll turn that off and keep going.
Yeah,
and that's what we had to do. We had to do that to be able to make money. Because I saw $400 checks, $200 checks, $100 checks, and I was on the road doing a lot of miles on the road that you have one breakdown there, you just done for the rest of and stuff like that. So I totally agree. And I feel like I should get back pay. You should get back pay. And everybody should get back pay.
Yes.
If they log on that time, because it's logged. That means the government has our time logged into the system of the hours that we have worked. And I believe that it should be paid to us from the
I
government.
hear you. I can't say that I disagree. It really is an issue that we need to address. There's no doubt. We should try to end pay by the mile, regulate by the hour as soon as possible. I think the supposed driver shortage goes away at that point. We can bring people into the industry. It becomes but look at it before deregulation. When we had a lot of union drivers out there, the pay was good. Truck driving, you lived very well. It was upper middle class jobs. Now we're kind of middle class and lower middle class jobs, which is something that I just hated to see happen to the industry. You have to work very, very smart in today's industry, which that in itself is not a bad thing, but there's way too many people that they get into the industry. They don't know exactly what's happening. They don't know their value, and they don't understand the value of their time. And it really is a problem in the industry that we need to solve.
Absolutely. I totally agree. And I love this conversation.
Yeah.
Now we're talking trucking. This is real trucking talk.
Absolutely. There you go.
I love it. I love it. I'm so happy that you came on today. I know you've been busy. You down in Orlando.
Yes.
TMC. Before we go at TMC, they talking about the future of transportation, right?
Yes.
There. So bring us back some gems. Promise me you will come back on the show.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Just let me know and we'll get back on. And I get long-winded. I love talking trucks. That's my life. So let's do it.
We love it. We love it. What stood out for you at TMC so far? What day is this?
This is the final day for the TMC, and then the ATA comes in right behind us, and they're moving some stuff in as well right now. But there was just so much. I don't think any one thing stood out. I mean, obviously I'm a little biased on the whole Volvo award thing, but beyond that, there was just so many cool things on there. I got to talk to some solar people. We put solar panels on the truck to help the electric parking air conditioner run longer. There's a company that makes a powered hub motor that goes in the wheel hub that could give the truck an extra 150 horsepower in a wheel position, and we can do some torque vectoring and just really cool stuff. And I was geeking out on all this stuff. I had all these engineers in one place to talk to, and I just absolutely loved it. And I got there first thing in the morning and stayed right up until it closed every day, and just talked to as many people as I could. But just so many good ideas out there. Obviously some of them are going to wash out. They won't be viable, but it's a great time to be in trucking from a technology perspective, no doubt about it.
Yes,
absolutely. I know we over our time, but I got another question. Can we talking trucking? So he got me excited.
Go ahead, sis.
Tell my audience, there's a lot of people who watch our shows and they new to the industry. Could you tell them how much was the pay when you came into the industry?
Oh my. Oh geez.
Because I tell everybody I started.
Yeah, when I first started driving, I was I think I was at 22 cents a mile, something like that.
Good.
Yeah,
it's good.
It wasn't all that impressive, I can tell you that. So I stayed in it just because I love to drive. I just loved it. And if I was really been in the right mind, I probably shouldn't have, honestly. That I got in right after deregulation. So we had guys that had made a lot of money and they'd done very well. Deregulation hit.